Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. I'm flat still. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hi Jameson. Hi Dragon Colony. Hi Forgetful and hi Jade. Wow. I love how Jade just came in with all the ooh. Oh. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. You saw the time, right? What? Oh yeah, I saw 12 and 10. Yeah, 12 and 10. I think I got barely 13 or almost 14, I think. I already forgot, but I got an A. That's good enough. Hi Peter. Oh my god, Tekken. I was kind of hanging around at Celeste's stream just now. I was early home today, and then I saw Celeste playing Friday Night Funkin' versus Retrospective Part 2. And I was like, oh my god, I need to watch. Alright. Her reaction is so precious though, oh my god. And then I stopped watching when she was at the hive mind, the greed. You know, I love I remember saying that I love Insatiation and hive mind, I think. Yeah, those are the two that is my favorite, and it's still my favorite. But now I think I put hive mind above Insatiation, right? I'm talking about the mod. But yeah, I was hanging around at Celeste stream for a bit, watching her play Friday Night Funkin' mod. Really fun. I really love that mod. I'm still playing it from time to time here because eat good. That's why. Because eat good. Simple enough. Oh man, it's really fun. And also, today we're going to a certain village. I don't know how I'm gonna get treated, but it seems over there it seems a little evil, right? In case you guys don't know, I'll be playing Resident Evil Village today, or starting today, right? Here's what my thoughts are, right? I want to sort of finish up the Resident Evil series, or like, not the series, right? But only Biohazard and Village, and finish them. And after finishing them, maybe I'll get to focus a little bit more on art then, right? At least that's what I have in mind currently. And yeah, innocent boat to visit the human village. The boat will be fine, I think. Should be fine. And also, since Village is like the newer installment or like the newer game, I don't know if my PC will be able to handle Resident Evil Village. But on a good note here, right, is that I played Resident Evil Biohazard at like the highest settings possible, I think. It was almost at highest setting possible, so maybe I can turn down this game and it could work. Maybe, probably, maybe. I never know, right? That's why we're here. We're gonna give it a try, and we're gonna have a spooky fucking time, right? Is it Halloween today? I'm seeing a little happy Halloween today. Is it today or yesterday? Oh, it's yesterday! Well, yesterday for me. It's October 31st. Currently it's November 1st here, but I'll take it that it's still Halloween here. Oh, yesterday for you too? Yeah. Hi Blizzy. For the tree cat emo from Twitch. I love the first one. First one good. Yeah, we're gonna play some Resident Evil Village, and I'm still stuck at listening to this one. It's so fucking good. Like, I told my family, alright, they know what Resident Evil is, right? It's supposed to be a scary game, right? And then I told them, hey, have you listened to this music before? It's from Resident Evil. And then they thought I'm trolling, saying, "Huh, Resident Evil, my ass, what you saying?" No, it is Resident Evil. It's so fucking good. No one believes this shit. No one believes that such jazzy, lively tune exists in Resident Evil universe. But it's here, and I am so loving it every second. Right? It is so fucking good. Anyway, this is Resident Evil Village. I had to uninstall this one though, right? Because this one is 64 gigabytes. This one is like 37, I think. Yeah, 37. So it's like I had to uninstall this one so that I can put in this one, something like that. Because my PC is like dying out of space or some shit. It'll be fine though, right? Alright, let me close this one real quick. How am I? I'm feeling pretty okay today. Haven't had my coffee yet, and I'm having it now. Also, hi Brecky. Oh my god, thank you. Brecky Dragon with fire. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god, I've been spoiled. Why is it in window? Shit, let me fix that. Okay, there we go. Oh, voice language. Do you have Japanese? You're Chinese? Holy shit. That's so cool. I'm putting it all in English. Should be fine. I tried it yesterday. Super duper fun. The Dino Blade, I mean, sure, some of them looks like janky, especially the UI, but the concept of the game currently, you know, that's the purpose of the demo. The concept of the game, the execution of the gameplay is there, right? The perfect parry, the dodges. Some of the attacks can be a little bit jank, but it's demo, right? I think the most important thing is about the gameplay and the execution of the gameplay, right? It's there. I love it. I loved it lots, and I cannot wait to play when the full game comes out. Yeah, that's the thing. Never meant to exist. It's useless. Where the hell am I? I like it large. Oh, you can change to yellow? No, white is good. No, we don't need the background. Maybe low opacity on this? No, we don't need that. Display speaker? Oh, done. Closed captions? Permanent reticle? We don't need that. I think closed captions is good. I like it. For sound effects in the story on and off. Maybe? No, we don't need closed captions. It's fine. Yes. Max brightness. I wanna... Usually, it's barely visible. I mean, if you're talking about barely visible, that's the option. Or maybe this one. Yeah, maybe this one. This one is barely visible. Or maybe this one. That high? Am I gonna get flashbang? I'll go here. Oh, it's a min-max brightness. Ooh, okay. It's here for me, but I'll still make it like half. I'm throwing a flashbang. Hi, Zeus. Picture on the left disappears. If you can see the picture on the left at all. Adjust until the picture on the left disappears. Oh, it's so dark though. I don't like this. I'll put it around here then, slightly brighter. Maybe not, I'll just put it normal. Hi, Jill. You wanna show me something? Eh? DM me? Okay. Oh, it's a video. Oh. Oh, is there more? I'm gonna try it on stream then, I hope you don't mind. The IO Team Spiner adds more playable dinosaur characters before they release the full version someday. Chances are low, but we'll see. Okay. In Kobold. Oh. No! Don't delete the Kobold. Oh no. No delete Kobold. The squeal at the end. Oh, 7 to the Kobold, I guess. This is so sad. So cute. Open the privacy. Oh, wow. I'm not reading it. Next page. Whoa. So I'm not using. I'm not allowed to use scroll wheel. One of the funny part, that scream was recorded at 2 a.m. My neighbors love you. Okay, if you're doing it behind closed doors, then it should be fine. It's not that loud. You're not gonna get a noise complaint over there. It's fine. Sorry, is this is the data collection one, right? Yeah, data processing. Okay, only gameplay data then. I'm okay with this. Trauma pack? Samurai Edge? Mr. Everywhere weapon charm? With Lei from the merchant in the main game. Lei. Found footage filter. Tape recorder save point. Safe room music. Goldtail and Rody. I'm not gonna read any of these. I feel like it's gonna be like some first person? View mode doesn't impact the gameplay in story of the extra games. Wait, can we look at Ethan in third person? Camera will be turned on. The settings say separately for third person view mode. Cutscenes will be in first person perspective. I guess the game is made with the intention of first person, so yeah, why not? Hi Brian. Hey, I'm playing the village. I'm gonna go to a village where it's gonna be so scary. Although I do love third person. Recap the Resident Evil 7 story. Oh? I played it though, but how long is the recap going to be? I don't mind watching it for a bit. It is on not full screen for me.
Okay. Where to start?
Uh-huh.
My name? It's Ethan. Ethan Winters. It's been 3 years since everything happened at the Baker house.
Oh, 3 years.
I was looking for my wife, who disappeared. I got an email from her. She told me to come get her. And of course, that's how I ended up in the middle of nowhere, Louisiana. I found Mia being held captive in a dark basement. She wasn't thinking right. She attacked me like some kind of wild animal.
Yeah, she did.
Later on, I found out that she was infected by a special kind of mold. I looked all over the house trying to find an antidote, a vaccine, anything. The people who lived there were already infected.
Hi, Evie.
What was left of them wasn't human. The source of the infection was a bioweapon that looked like a little girl. Her name was Evelyn. I fought the fucked up family and was able to treat Mia's symptoms with a serum. Then Chris Redfield and his soldier buddies showed up and saved the both of us. Is that enough?
I think so.
I really don't want to talk about what happened anymore.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
It's all over now.
Yeah. Resident Evil Village is a fakey dakey. Oh my god, I cannot believe I'm playing this game. Holy shit. It's the same thing when it comes to Resident Evil 7. I cannot believe I'm playing Resident Evil 7. What the fuck? Like me. I'm a biggest pussy when it comes to horror game, but I'm playing it still. So I guess I should be proud in a way, no? Right, let me just put these around, put that way. Okay. I disconnected my controller. Big booby lady game? Big booby? Ooh, is there purple? No purple? Ooh. I'll put green. Green. Oh. Oh, you guys can see my... Oh. Cool. I want to put borderless if possible. There we go, borderless. I think this is fine. Screen resolution, I'll keep it here. Frame rate variable? Vertical synchronization is a VSync, right? Maybe I need the Fidelity FX. Let's do quality for now. Whoa.
Yep.
High 0.25 GB, I guess? Oh. Lens distortion. On plus chromatic aberration. Oh, that's chromatic aberration? Okay. I'll try playing it like this and see how it goes, yeah? Small good. I think the game is not too loud currently, so
Yep.
I'll put everything at 9.
Ooh, shiny.
No, I'll put everything at 10.
Yep.
Yeah, 10 should be fine, I think.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. Oh my god, yep. Alright, there we go. Let's start a new game, I guess. Ooh. Village of Shadows? Survive the unsurvivable? We'll take it easy on you, just your average difficulty. We'll hit you with all we've got. Standard, of course. I'll put the game slightly softer, I'm too scared already. Oh no. Let's do first person. Book?
Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work.
Whoa,
But the
layered book.
forest greeted them with a dark, cold silence, the bushes empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees. Mother's worried cries faded fast as the girl ran on, over vine and under branch, and into the forest deep. Feeling strange eyes upon her, the girl recalled Mother's scary bedtime tales, and her throat became bone dry.
Whoa.
Then the Bat Lord appeared. He greeted her warmly and bit his own wing. "Come, child, quench your thirst," he said. So she
Whoa.
drank the thick, dark blood and smiled with joy. Passing through the graveyard, menacing storm clouds loomed, and the air turned bitingly cold. The girl was shivering in her thin clothes. Then a dark weaver appeared, and with a click of his fingers crafted mist into a beautiful dress. "Come,
Wow.
child, warm yourself," he coaxed. So she clothed herself and smiled with joy.
The good ending?
Across waters deep and ominous she went, hoping a boat she found would carry her home. But hunger's grip tightened and her heart grew heavy. Then the
Eesh.
Fish King appeared and offered one of his many fins. "Come,
Wow.
child, eat your fill." So the girl ate and smiled with joy once more. Continuing on, she soon entered the forest's dark heart. Then an iron steed appeared, bearing a beautiful golden gear. The creature said nothing as the girl approached and snatched what she thought was another gift.
Oh no. You took too much.
The horse grew angry and summoned the other monsters. Terror filled the girl's heart as the wild wind rose around the beasts. Suddenly, a witch appeared, dark yet regal.
Are you gonna end it there?
"Gifts we gave, but more you took," she
Mia.
smiled. "So more in turn is due."
Oh.
In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror.
Why are you talking a horror story to a baby?
There. She's asleep.
Oh,
What is
baby.
with the creepy story? She's only 6 months old.
Yeah, I was talking about that.
Woman at the store said it was traditional. A local tale. Besides, Rose doesn't seem to mind.
Because she doesn't understand it. Thank God.
Hmm.
We moved here so that she wouldn't have to deal with any of that, remember?
There's nothing wrong with my memory. You're just being paranoid.
It's not... Never mind. I'm sorry. But I'm not paranoid. I'm just cautious.
Then, go cautiously.
This
take
one's
your daughter
scary.
to
Good
bed.
luck. I'm dead.
I'll finish dinner.
What if the baby turns spooky? Mia, don't leave me.
It's okay, Rose. Your mother doesn't want to remember it. I can't blame her.
Oh, I'm playing.
Did you say something?
Nothing. I'll put her down.
Shake the baby. Shake the baby. Also, I think I need to turn up the... I want to turn out the sensitivity a little bit. Is it supposed to be this not... this is fine. Don't shake the baby too late. Oh yeah, realistic movements now? Oh no. I have to hold the bun for a little bit longer. Hey Mia, what you cooking? I bring the baby to...
Don't get too close to me when I'm cooking, babe.
But...
Hey! What are you doing, mister?
I don't know, where am I supposed to go? Oh, here? Nah. Oh, wait, maybe the baby doesn't want to eat. Holy shit, big TV? God damn. This TV is like two times the size of my monitor, or like my TV downstairs. Well, maybe not my monitor. My monitor is like 4, I guess. This is huge. Holy fuck. Okay, I mean, living good, I guess. Oh, am I supposed to go there? Open door. Hello.
Hey! Keep it down.
Just making sure it's locked.
Don't scare
Once
me
things
like
warm
that.
up, we can go for a walk.
Yay. What is this room? Oh, you open door on your own now? Can you not close doors?
Hurry up and put Rose to sleep, will you?
Oh yeah, okay. I don't think it's... Oh,
Mia makes everything by hand, so this stuff keeps piling up.
oh wow. F to close doors? Okay, F to close doors. Oh baby.
There. It's like I said to your mom. That book's too scary for you.
Yeah, exactly. That's fucked up, Mia. Do you sleep here? There's a toilet for you. I'm so sorry. Rose, I think the baby's name. Here's the toilet for you.
Almost there, honey.
Oh, that looks nice. You sleep in a big bed? Oh my god, baby. Oh wait, no. What happened? You don't like here? Oh, you want this?
Well, hi there, little Rose.
That's kinda cute. February 6, 2021, Mia and I had another fight. I accidentally mentioned what happened 3 years ago and she blew up at me. We finally settled down in our new life in Europe and can bring Rose up properly. But I still feel like a part of me is trapped in that hellhole back in Louisiana. I know Mia doesn't like to talk about it. But can we really just forget everything and pretend it didn't happen? Should we face what happened there so we can live our lives with Rose without it hanging over our heads? We all heard that much at least. I know Mia knows it too. She wouldn't have exploded like that if the hospital like that at the hospital if she didn't care. Yeah, I feel like I don't know, maybe it's just how I view how I tackle things just head on, I guess. But then again, that's kind of just how I feel.
Can't keep your mother waiting. She's scary when she's angry.
All right, let's put you to sleep, baby. Do you not sleep here? Oh. All right, baby, sleep in the baby crib. Right, true.
There you go, sweetheart. Don't you worry. I'll be right downstairs. Daddy won't let those weird fairy tale monsters get you.
What did you press? Did you move on your own? Do you remember you fall out? The baby bed is for Ethan? Yeah, I sleep there. I sleep in this one, Rose sleeps there. Oh, it's this. What? Control, camera. Okay, that's good enough. All the mirrors in the house are covered, either a lore reason or to save on rendering. Probably. Oh. Mia baby. So many pictures of baby.
I wish it could stay like this forever.
Of course it could. What are you thinking? Do you know something that I don't, Ethan? Rose's favorite toy. Alright, guess I'll go downstairs. Is there a mirror here? It's not covered, but Mia's medication. She's been on a strict regimen ever since the incident. The mold incident. So there will be no more mold? What are we facing now? Anything that we're gonna face is gonna be bioterrorism or some shit. So
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
got scared by a cough, really. And curtain closes on the Dalvey gas incident. The committee completed their investigation on the 80th into the Dalvey toxic gas leak in Louisiana in 2017. They concluded the deaths were caused by a leak of natural gas that had built up. Was it a gas leak? Wasn't this the mold incident? And Jack Baker and his family who were exposed to the gas perished. Ethan Winters and his wife were also believed to have been nearby, but their current whereabouts are unknown. The entire area has been closed off by officials who believe it will be at least 10 years before the area is habitable again. It's probably a cover-up. They probably burn everything down.
Everyone's
Sounds like
forgotten
what?
about this already.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a cover-up then. Ethan walks a lot faster now. Oh, is Ethan just... Oh, Ethan's jogging, okay. Mia, what you cooking, Mia? Mia, Mia. Mamma Mia. Hello, hello. I can move.
Is she okay?
Sleeping like like a baby.
That's not...
That smells good. What's that?
Oh, hands off, mister. It's churba de legume. It's a local recipe.
Wow.
You've gone full native, haven't you?
Local wine, too. But if you're gonna keep sulking all evening, maybe you shouldn't have any. You really have to stop worrying.
It's just finding you in Louisiana, the pregnancy, Chris moving us here, military training, it all happened so fast, you know?
Well, at least we're all together. You, me, Rose. Now, everything's gonna
Seriously, think we can just forget about what happened in Louisiana?
It happened so long ago. I don't understand why you are so...
Huh?
Mia, get down! Mia!
What the fuck? That's gunshots.
Mia, oh God!
What the fuck do you want?
Chris? What the hell?
Sorry, Ethan.
No!
What?
Why?
Are you stupid? Oh, Chris gun all... Delulu.
Go move!
What the f...
All clear.
Rose? What the hell you doing with my daughter?
Package secure, sir. Take him
Package
away.
I said get your hands off her!
Ethan, no.
Well, at least Chris looks cooler now. Oh, Chris, you fucking bitch.
Get him out
Bro, Chris, absolute fucking bitch now. Why would they shoot Mia after saving her? Nah, that's so fucking stupid.
Hey, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Winters. I've got your daughter's results back, and I'd like you to come in to talk about them. How about next Thursday, 4 o'clock?
No problem. We'll be there. That was the doc. She'll see us next week. Hey now, think positively, all right? We talked about this.
I know. We hardly talk about anything else. I keep telling you, it's not Rose that I'm worried about.
Well then what are you worried about? Look, she's gonna be fine. I just know it. What else matters?
We matter, Ethan! You matter! You just
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me? Come on, talk to me.
Oh.
Damn it. I have to take this.
What? Are they hiding something? Oh, my little angel? Okay, that's kinda cute. Damn. But I assume they want to control Mia's infection. Then they don't need to kill Mia outright. They shot Mia 10,000 shots. They thought they were Akuma.
Jesus.
Light punch, forward, light kick, heavy punch.
What are you talking about? Where's Chris Redfield? And Rose?
Who is this? This is a secure channel. You are not authorized to walk over.
Fuck.
Oh, Mia was way
What the
too
hell
far
happened
gone.
here?
Mia was saved in 7 though. Oh man, I don't get it. It was so stupid. It's useless. Ethan. 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 Eliminate target, recover body, secure Rosemary Winters and Ethan Winters. Move the 2 Winterses to Site C for further investigation. At least 2 transport officers to accompany them. Chris is a terrorist. I mean... No way, I looked up to Chris. And his hands, his biceps, so strong that he can just fucking punch a boulder. And now he just shoots some civilian? My man went from punching rocks to shooting. Yeah. Like, what the hell? Can punch a boulder too once. Once and then no more. Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan. Where am I going though, Ethan? No need back down, he kidnapped Rose. The stars operated my ass. I mean, didn't he say he works for Umbrella now on Resident Evil 7? Maybe Umbrella is going back doing what they're doing best. Don't you fucking dare, game. Uh-oh. Can you crouch over this? Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, I told you. It's okay. Ethan can handle being chainsawed. Should be fine. Undercoat of Umbrella, sponsored by Umbrella to undo all the shit they've done in the past. They'll treat Umbrella sweeping their traces. Yeah, probably. So it's probably just Umbrella being asses again. Now, Ethan, where are you going? Fuck, fuck, fuck. I don't. Fucking shit, I cannot see anything. That was a roar. Brotan, there's a roar, Brotan. A dead chicken. The layer of Serious Sam? Never played Serious Sam before. Brotan. Brotan. Fuck, 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 fuck. What the shit? What the shit? The birds didn't deserve this. What the fuck? You killed them, you killed them. Why are you hanging them like that? Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Ay, makan mati lah ini so. Ela. Oh, 死不夠，我死啦！我死啦！哇，逼車！ Oh, big chair. Oh, 救命啊！救命啊！走啊走啊走啊走啊！媽咕屌，啱你好死，我什麼都看不到。Am I going back to houses again? Oh nah, there's blood stain. Ethan, you're dead, Ethan. Oh, it's so dark. Ooh, shit water. Nice. Hoot. Not inherently just doing his job ass and bad mentality. Can go against the higher ups. Chris to be like that. Holy the fuck is this place? Isn't it the same medication Mia has? See, the thing is, why am I going in here? Huh? This is dark as balls. What the fuck? Oh, fuck you. Oh, I don't want to go in there. There's something here, and there's definitely something here. It's so fucking dark. I'm dead. Fuck you. What do you want? Am I being stalked? Am I stepping on some shit? Oh. Oh, Nelly. You know, Ethan, take that, Ethan. Ethan? Ethan? Ethan, you stupid! I'm making my monitor brighter. Let's see shit. Oh, that doesn't really help. All I'm seeing is more gray shit. Well, I'm sure this is a good idea. Going to a basement of a random ass house with blood stain on the floor. Oh, fuck. I'm so gonna get killed here. Like, what the fuck? Is that garlic? What the hell, garlic? Yeet. Oh. Who? Oh, I have to click and hold. I have to click and hold now. Oh, I cannot do it like Resident Evil 7 where I just become Tornado. Adjust position. And zoom in and out. Adjust position. My mouse wheel is like broken. It's so hard for me to do this. Why am I here? 哟，哎呀，妈的，你让我心脏病是吗？超憨，真是。I mean, at least these things looks delicious. No, why is there that jump scare? Jump scare incoming. Hi. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Rata. Someone behind me, isn't it? Someone behind me. Someone behind me. Someone behind me. Someone behind me. Someone's behind. Something's behind me. Something's behind me. I'm walking forward. Fuck. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Help. Hide inside. No. Nah, something is happening. Something is happening. I don't like it. I don't like it. I mean, obviously something is happening. Fuck. I don't want to. I don't want to be here. No. Oh. I don't have gun. Oh.
Boo.
Oh. Hi. Oh. Oh. Oh nah, I'm looking. Oh, it's fresh. Wow, delicious. Wow. Oh my god. Fresh blood. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Who
Oh.
did all this?
Oh, it's morning? What the fuck? Oh, I came from there. Wait, I can see again. I'm gonna get ambushed. Okay. Morning is even more spooky than night. You're gonna go to work in the morning? Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the sounds. W? Ethan now parkour? Ethan parkour winters? Hey yo. I mean, the game is in winters, so I guess this makes sense. No. Whoa. Holy shit.
Where the hell am I?
Why am I in a castle? What the fuck? This place looks cool. Oh, is that the village? I mean, that's a castle. It's not really a village. I mean, that looks like a village, I guess. That windmill. Oh. Damn. I guess I'm never going back. Those soldiers don't know I'm here anymore. What the fuck? So, I'm not dealing with any bioweapon now, am I? Egg. Oh, these are some huge ass egg. Excusez-moi? Also, there are like an overabundance of garlic. What's afraid of garlic again? Vampires, right? Vampire or werewolf? Werewolf afraid of garlic, right? Werewolf afraid of garlic, and what does vampire afraid like? So morning we should be fine. But again, there's gonna be a werewolf somewhere, I guess. Are we? Am I gonna deal with werewolf here? Can I just take this garlic? How about this one? Ooh. I'll go in here first. What's that sound? What the heck? You know, game is too dark. There. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Because like, yeah, that helps a little bit. That helps a little bit. Aww. Nothing. This looks like the way to go. Is this someone else's house?
Maybe they're out.
Easy to pick lock. I mean, this is still warm, hot. Oh no. Oh no, what is this? Are they out? Are you sure they're out, Ethan? I mean, no comment on this, Ethan? Wow, Ethan strong. Ethan not a freak. No. No, don't do that to me, game, huh? You think I'm schizo? Think I'm schizo? No, I saw that shit. I saw that shit. Some kind of other item. Do you guys think the subtitle is too big? There's just blood stain everywhere. Do not enter. Fuck out you 啊，真是。Oh. What am I dealing with here? I don't like this long. Looks like a run. No, we will starve. What if? Oh. What if Ethan wants to take a pee-pee? So is this village just getting destroyed everywhere? Cool. What is this doing here? Isn't that Rose's favorite toy? Oh. 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 I never experienced more rage for a game mechanic than I did in Pokemon Unite. Isn't Pokemon Unite kind of a pay to win? And I'm a person that says Dark Souls 2 is good. I never played Dark Souls 2. So, can't tell. I recently started playing Pokemon Unite a little bit. It's not pay to win, it's just shit. Fair enough. The game itself is just outright shit. Couldn't argue with that, honestly. I just like the Pokemon, that's why I played a little bit. Resident Evil, I mean evil. I am evil. If you don't have a Switch, your experience is pure, absolute misery. Hey, not evil Kobo? Cute Kobo? Wow. I played it and it seemed kinda easy. I mean, first match has to be easy, right? And it will be especially easy since you play Dota. So you have that kind of knowledge. And targeting instead of targeting someone, you know, there's a danger. Like an absol. Oh fuck. Tell me about it. Don't we love it when an absol just suddenly charges in and smooch your ass and you're dead? You can't target on the clippable. Wow. I just... Ethan, look. I'm gonna be real with you here, Ethan. Okay. Usually, Ethan, when you see this, you would leave this godforsaken place and try to go somewhere else.
What happened?
Maybe I start making this idea because target is abhorrent shit. Oh, did they nerf the CDY? I mean, I've been playing the Ghost Dragon type. What's his name again? I forgot. The Ghost Dragon type. And 3P. 3P is the baby. Dragapult, yeah. If you're playing a character with CC, you're gonna do great. True. Alola Ninetales with a little CC. Without CC, that game is just like... Yeah, imagine playing Garchomp, right? You play Garchomp, the only CC you get is the big boy you have. So if your big boy whiffs, then... Yeah, you're not gonna survive. one Glaceon or one Yawn from Snorlax, a triple. Yeah, Blastoise is fucking stupid. The push, and then while you're getting pushed, you just get stunned all the way, and then the ult just stuns a square. Locked due to missing homeowner. I guess I would go somewhere light, right? Hydro pump, serve hydro pump to all. Yeah, exactly. It's a big boy combo. What you gonna do about it? Blastoise says. You know you could take that, Ethan. No? Hmm. Oh, the door's gonna close.
Oh.
I'm good. They know how much problems CC causes. We do nothing about it. Exactly. Some force could break it. You have legs, Ethan. What? They buffed Gengar? If they buff Gengar, after knowing there's so many problems still, yeah, we have a problem. Knife. Knife. Yeah, inspect knife. Now he gets even more heal from Dream Eater. So Gengar is top tier now? Oh, you cannot spam anymore. Yo, Ethan stabs cooler now?
Shit.
Oh wow. Uh-oh. I have a knife, bitch. I have a knife, bitch.
Did they just run out of the house?
Why are you looking at that like that? Listen to the players are doing absolutely everything in their power to do the exact opposite. It would be nice if we play as tanks and then we can have some items to reduce the potency of CC, I guess. That would be great. Balance isn't what the players think. Especially for phone players, I guess. Mobile players, they just want something to look cool. Why are you doing that?
No, friendly, friendly.
Who are you? Who sent you?
Nobody. There was an accident down the road and... What's going on?
Oh, they're attracted to sound. Oh man?
Oh no. They're coming.
Who is? What the hell was that?
You have a gun?
What?
Please tell me you have a gun.
No, why would I?
Sorry, old man, you're dead.
Take it! Take it!
Oh.
South Road.
Hey, are you listening?
Hey!
Well.
What the...
Can I at least have the big gun? Uy, the gun.
Dead body?
No, look around you. A dead
Wait,
body?
There's more.
Yeah, thank you. There we go. Hello. Why am I examining this? Whoa.
Jesus Christ. What the hell is wrong with this place?
It's not day. Something's moving back there. I don't like it. 이런? 오이 지방간. What the fuck? 오이. It wouldn't be eaten without any decapitation, right?
What was that?
Eaten? Is it time to do your first aid thingy? You know, pour something to your hand. Oh, you dodged so good, bitch.
What the hell?
Why is he still not used to this? I don't know. Let me be a chicken. Like, I feel that I've seen multiple different hand mutilation scenes of this game. It's too spooky for innocent eyes. Oh. Whoa. Quick turn? Wish I need that. Whoa. Whoa. Can I rotate the item? I can. Oh. I'm playing Tetris. The hole you were in is missing. Then I came from above. I got pulled down. What do you mean I can use my... The classic bolt cutter. So we're dealing with what now? I don't know what are those things. Chem fluid. Gunpowder and rusted scrap. Chem fluid and herb. Oh. So they changed a little bit on the... They changed a little on the thing now. Cool. Craft an item in the crafting menu. Resident Evil, more like Devil. Resident Devil. Those things are really hard to shoot though. They seem way more active than the mold monsters. Also, there's something about this game that's making me feel nauseous as well. Don't know if you guys feel the same. Is it because I'm too frantic with my mouse movement? But then I'm scared though. I don't like that. You can barricade doorways with shelves. I guess that helps. Why am I doing that though? Oh, give me that. Ooh! The fuck is that sound? Something's up here, you bitch. Uh-oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck? What the fuck? Fuck the what? What the fuck? The what?
Surrounded. Damn it.
I should kill this one first, no? I'm wasting my bullets here. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, hey, hey. Oh my god, it's just... I'm dead. Okay, that's the same. I hate these things, man. Oh, they drop things.
Is it over?
It's not, Ethan. What do you mean it's over? Shut the fuck up. Oh.
If there are any survivors out there, come to Louisa's house near the fields.
Survivors?
Oh shit. Survivors though. Hi Super Mario. How you doing? Extremely scared. Get that thigh. I think it's a good... I should get that thigh. Alright. Get that thigh. release the tension. Boop. Is that the word? Release the tension? I mean, I would release the tension, but I think there might be a different meaning, I guess. I don't know. Hope Super Mario is doing good. Welcome. Alright, I'm just gonna get that die real quick. Okay. Ooh, okay. 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 Boop. Okay. I'm back. I'm already out of breath. Holy shit. The knife feels really bad here. Like, if I get close to them, they're just going to grab me. So we can abuse the knife here? Uh-oh. Okay, cool beans. They sound really close. Oh yeah. I didn't think about that.
Damn it.
Okay, no gunshots allowed. I understand now. What are your weapons? Yeah, see, they're just gonna grab if I get close to them. Okay, the game did tell me to run. Okay, wait.
There's no end to them.
I know, Ethan. Oh, they're not blocked. Let's run. Wow, shit. Damn, Ethan. What happened? Whoa. Whoa, Nelly, where do I go? I'm back here again. You're just gonna be like, okay? Well, I trust you, Ethan, I guess. Ooh. What? What is this? Wait, Ethan has so many hands? I can push enemies away. Where'd you come from? What the fuck? What is going on? I guess I fight you? Do they still have... What? They have a little bit of sentience to them? Ugh. Yeah, that's fine, Ethan. You have that... Use that first aid med of yours. You have not staple fingers on top anymore? Hmm? Oh no, it's the grandmama again. No, no, she's bad, she's bad. Look, we know grandmama is bad. We established that. Not Lycan, this survived the Lycan attack. Lycan? So it is werewolf. We already established that grandmama is bad in the Resident Evil universe. Use the suspicious liquid. Oh, thank you, Wildflower. 5 streams, stick on my gun. Cool. Hi, Kobo, how are you talking to your elder? This Kobo don't know what elder is. Oh no! This Kobo only no Tekken. Haha. Strong legs, Ethan. I guess we can explore around a little bit more. Is that map? Oh, are we using Blender now? Underground building? Currently searching. Oh! So there are some items that I haven't gotten yet. This one. Oh, isn't this the one that I shot first? So no guns allowed here then. Picks up Kobo jetty chucks the one. I'm gonna get chucked so many times. Oh my god, fuck yeah. Good powder. Also, hi Akko. Welcome, Akko. Oh, I should have done that. Better than how to fly? I don't need to. Being chucked. What? I only take a few damage from flying. It's so worth it. Morning, Akko. I can craft ammo. Hell yeah. This is so funny, like, why does Ethan have so many hands here? Flower bags? Wait, you mean attacking flower bags creates... Oh! Whoa, okay, that's very cool. Should have done that. That's Escobar. What's a Escobar? Flower in the air like that is kind of dangerous. I don't think it's made for sniffing, so yeah. I guess it makes sense for it to be dangerous. Wait, Ethan is in danger then, if that's the case. Go here. Oh wait, that's the door. It's okay. Alright, let's progress. Flower in the air is super flammable. Oh, wait, you're right. Grenama.
In life and in death, we give glory.
Red flag kill.
Hello? You shouldn't be out here. It's not safe.
Do you see what she's wielding?
Hey, can you hear me?
It's you, the child's father.
Child?
Who?
Hey, wait. Do you mean Rose? Is she here?
Rose!
What the f...
She is in great danger. Since Mother Miranda brought her to the village, we have fallen into darkness.
What are you talking about? The monsters?
Just... tell me
Castle
more?
Bell heralds danger. They're coming!
No.
Come?
Wait, where's Rose? Who's Mother Miranda?
The bell tolls for us all. They're coming again!
Yeah, why are you always speaking riddles like that?
Here?
Yeah, what's with Rose? Why is Rose here? Didn't Rose get taken by fucking Chris? Maiden of War. So... this is giving me Resident Evil 4 vibes. Anyone? It kinda does, honestly. Like, if I play this in third person, it feels like... oh, okay, I cannot change it here. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. It feels like I'm playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. Why is Rose? So, after Mother Miranda took in the child, which is Rose, and they've fallen in dark times, monsters coming out? No, wait, is Rose infected with mold? I don't think this is mold anymore. Oh, great Lycan, the fabled monsters wolves of old. May they come to eat our flesh, may they come to tear us apart. Now, you, sir, or madam, I don't know, are fucked up. Nice. Ah, there's more. Oh. Oh. Okay, I guess that's the one. Are we locked here actually? No, right? I don't think Grandmama locked the door. Being outside like this makes it feel less scary, I think. It's nice, I like it. I have 0 lei. Lei is the money here. Oh, V to view my... oh, that's way easier. I keep pressing M. So far away. I have to leave my... I have to use my left hand jump to M. The one thing I find really nice in this game currently is that killing monsters drop things. Oh, I love that so much. Oh, it's this again. I need a crank. Could open the door. Hmm? Oh, nice. Castle Dimitrescu. Dimitrescu. Okay. Ceremony side. Wait. Ceremony? So it's Dimitrescu? Dimitrescu is a little bit easier to pronounce. Maybe that's Dimitrescu. Are we going to ceremony side or are we going to Castle Dimitrescu? Well. Guess we're going to Castle Dimitrescu. Who has a name Dimitrescu? Oh. Go. It's such a cute thing though, this one. We offer these goats of warding to protect the village and its people. Any who break them shall feel Mother Miranda's wrath. So if I break this, Mother Miranda is gonna come kill me or some shit? I mean, if I die, I would know what Mother Miranda is, right? Well, only one way to find out. Alright, here we go. Bitch! Destroy a goat of warding. Am I dead? I got an achievement for that. Well, there's no Mother Miranda, so they lied. Wait, didn't I think from here? Oh, it's locked. Oh my god, she locked us out. No way to open up this door? Hello. Looks like something could fit in the depression. What? I know what could fit my depression. Nothing. I don't want to have depression. Depression. No one likes to have depression. There was no. I think something about being shoved inside enclosed space is a lot scarier. Depression also means like a precious hole in something. Why not just say hole? I think it's a lot easier to understand. I don't like this place. Oh! Oh, safe! I like this place now. Should disaster fall upon the village, seek out the crest. One is in the care of the church. The other is in Louisa's house. Oh. Something's gonna happen, I feel like. Hi, 3. Like, we put sand down and it makes a small hole. So that's called a depression. Why is this the direction they're going for? This is so funny. Ethan actually has 10 hands. Also, hope the weird is doing good. 3. Oh, there's something more in there. Is there even more things? Doing okay? Might have to lurk soon for errands though. It's all good. What? I guess it does count for the entire outside space. No, it doesn't. Could it be this thing? I feel like that could be the thing. Stronghold Graveyard Mill. Is Louisa's house a stronghold?
Guess this leads to the castle.
Nice. Nice. Man, everything's locked from the other side. I don't like this door. Why does this door just shape of baby? Decorated with 6-winged being. Oh, inside here is more things. Okay, this is Maiden of War. That way? It's being blocked off though. Yeah. I can open up that door. Do I have a lockpick of some sort? Oh, there's a lever. Couldn't do it. I'm spamming the F key. Nothing's happening. Am I stupid? There was also a small map in the church, no? The church says that I need the crest to open up the door to the castle, right? One is in the church itself, one is in Louisa's house, which I don't even know which one is Louisa's house. Have I stumbled upon Louisa's house here? Did I misunderstood? This one. Okay, church. So this one? Or this one? I mean, honestly though, no matter which house it is, I can't go anywhere. Yeah, one is in the care of the church, which I am in the church right now. Other is at Louisa's house. Louisa's house. Am I stupid? The second exit to the church. There's 3 doors and one was locked. Oh, do I continue on here? Oh shit. Oh wait, this one's blocked off, right? Che. Alright, okay, so I'm just being stupid then. Alright, let's keep going. I do hate this place. No guns, right? No guns. Wow. Mine? Well, I guess I can use guns now, no? couldn't see anything. I do hear noises though. I have 5 gunpowder, 4 rusted scrap. I can make so much handgun bullet. Okay. Let's not make too much though. Maybe in the future gunpowder and rusted scrap can craft something else. Like a shotgun shell maybe? A shotgun shell would be nice, honestly. Sounds like they're here. Yeah. Are you here? How about I have a small idea that might be very stupid, but it might just work. The holding up here is gonna be so bad though. I mean, eventually it's gonna get swarmed by because of these, right? I can take care of the ones here. I can use mine outside. But I don't know how much they're gonna be. Okay, don't risk that, don't risk that. I know I have a mine. But let's not use too much here. If I can avoid any fights here, I think I should do that. I had a feeling. No guns, no guns. Avoid conflict. Damn, nice jump. Okay, no gunshots, no gunshots. So this sword just turned into dust? What kind of infection am I going against now? Okay, they see me. Let's run out. Gonna find a clear the way. Shit, I got greedy. No gunshots. Okay, no gunshots, no gunshots. I'm very... not that good on first aid, man, actually. I don't want to risk letting 10,000 werewolf just on my ass. You know, I don't want that. I mean, remember the first encounter where I shot the first guy and then 10,000 monster comes in? Yeah, I don't want that to happen again. Wonder if sneak kill is a thing. Nope. Sneak kill is not a thing. Okay, I have to let them attack me first. I cannot do this. What? Oh, that's your spirit place? Okay. They're so weird to fight against. I mean, I guess they are not like mold monster where they are like no brain or some shit. They still have some sentience, I guess? I mean, they were communicating with the big boy, so some, you know, some. Uh-oh.
Close the door, please.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Stay back.
Please, don't hurt us.
Whoa. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just glad to see normal people at last. Have you seen any other survivors?
No. They're all in Louisa's house. And she's not answering and the gate is locked.
Quiet girl. He's an outsider.
Oh. Shit, we're sitting ducks in here. Can your old man walk?
No. One of the monsters cut him. He's lost a lot of blood. We have to get into Louisa's house.
Quiet.
Lower your voice,
be away
bro.
inside. Stay here. Be quiet. And don't move until I get those gates open.
Wow, Ethan. Bro, chill. Don't cough like that. Oh my god. Find shelter in Louisa's house. Find a way to open the castle gate. So this leads to somewhere else. In case I'm trespassing. Is this Louisa's house? I don't know if this is Louisa's house. Oh, it is. Oh, it is Louisa's house. Okay, whoa. If I go in there, they're gonna just go in there. They're gonna think I'm trespassing, but hey. That's a really nice toilet in a horror game setting anyway. Wow. Usually in a horror game setting, the toilet is always so disgusting. Open it by removing the screw. Oh, okay. Should we talk to the people inside here first? Hello. You'd get those two inside. I'm gonna get called out for this though if I do this. Like, Louisa's probably gonna kill me. Like, I'm not even local. You know what I mean? I'm doing it anyway.
Come on, it's clear.
Hurry! Hurry!
Took your damn time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, we good. If this
I'm
is
not used to relying on other people. I'm sorry. We'll be safe in here, won't we?
now
Safer
that you
here
say
than out
that,
there, that's for sure.
now that you say that, I'm not too
Hey.
sure anymore.
Do you know anything about what's going on around here?
It doesn't make any sense. Mother Miranda has always protected us.
Nobody's answer.
Father? We have to get inside.
No. You're gonna become one of them, I feel like. So is this another zombie outbreak?
Longer, Papa.
This is another zombie outbreak. Like he's gonna transform. Hello.
Hello? Anybody home?
Maybe a familiar voice. Louisa! Open up! It's me, Elena!
Oh.
Stop shouting. You'll draw the monsters.
Julian, calm down.
Who's this?
A friend!
Stay back.
Father! For God's sake, Julian, let us in.
No, they'll smell the blood. You'll endanger us all.
My father will die out here.
That's not my problem.
What's going on?
These people want to let a dying man into our home.
Come now, these people are our friends. Go on, go inside. Come now. This way.
I kinda understand. Yeah.
No. I'm Ethan.
Julian, go make yourself useful and check the grounds. I said go!
I kinda stand with Lulian's, like.
If Elena trusts you, then so do I. Come inside, Ethan.
Really? Take his machete? I mean, his machete's gonna be a good weapon,
Wait
I
here.
feel like.
I'll check on the others.
This is gonna be bad. I feel that old man's gonna transform like 100%. This might be another zombie outbreak, but it's not zombie anymore. It's like an outbreak. Louisa, they broke in again, got more of the livestock. I don't think we'll make it through winter at this rate. Ernest is still missing too. We can't find him anywhere. Has Mother Miranda abandoned us?
This way.
So Mother Miranda is like the thing that they worship, sort of? Like a Jesus? But for them it's Mother Miranda? I mean, that's how I understand it, I guess. Might be a little crude way of putting it, but oh, I'm a kobold. I guess that's how I understand things. Louisa, I'm not so sure about this.
Come inside, the others are waiting.
Others? Everyone's gonna die here.
What is this? Outsiders, you're gonna get us all killed.
Quiet, Anton. He helped Leonardo and Elena.
We were doing fine by ourselves.
Please, Ethan, take a seat.
Louisa is too nice.
Is this all that's left? From your entire village?
All that's left? All that's left? There is no one left.
Well,
A worthless invalid, a stupid, wailing bitch. And you drag a bloody man and an outsider in here like it's nothing and expect to be all safe? There is no safe. Every sorry bastard out there has been ripped in half. But tomorrow?
I mean, I guess he's just a drunk Todd.
Just like her damn husband. Put a sock in it, Roxana!
That's enough! This house has protected my family for generations. And drunk or not, you are all welcome and safe in here.
Whatever.
What a bitch.
Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?
We don't know. One day we were a quiet, devout village, and the next, the monsters came and attacked us. And they kept coming.
Wait, Louisa. Where is your husband? Did they?
No. No, he is out there. Somewhere.
I feel like
He went to get help. Yes, that's it. He went to fetch help.
Let us pray. For him. For all of us.
Good idea. Come. Gather.
I guess that's all they can do since they're like defenseless. Fuck Anton.
Great ones, hear our voice. Together as one in reverence, we call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice and await the light at the end. In life and in death,
Why are you shaking like that?
give you glory, Mother Miranda. Now, the tea should be ready.
100%.
Please.
That prayer, I've heard it before. There was an old woman near the graveyard.
You mean the hag? Bitch is crazy as a bag of rats.
There is wisdom in her devotion, though. And I hope it protected her as it shall protect us.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Leonardo, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, GG. GG.
Father!
Elena, no, stay back!
No, let me go!
Oh, GG.
We have to go!
Let him go!
Yo! Holy shit, Elena. That's my shotgun.
I said no!
Damn, okay.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Father.
Hey, that wasn't your father anymore. You did the right thing. Elena, no! There's nothing you can do!
Papa!
This entire place is collapsing! You couldn't save him. He was already gone.
Leave me alone.
No, we're getting out of here. Together.
Yeah, that's tough.
Get out of here.
Start engine. Now wait a goddamn minute. Any loot here? Oh shit, there's actually loot here. This dude's the funniest gun change. It's so funny, I'm so sorry, oh my god. Where is the dire loot? Found it. Alright. Guess we're going. Guess we're not going. I fire target shotguns and hip firing those will be whack little bigger gauges. He's also getting a new wife, Elena Winters. Maybe she can come back later. Probably. Chances are low though, since I'm gonna start the car.
If we could just get through this wall.
Oh my god, money! I'm actually stealing their property now. Holy shit, Ethan. Ethan, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, what the fuck am I doing? Take the screwdriver out of the key ring if you need it. Screwdriver out of the key ring? What's a key ring? I don't think I touched a gun before. Not that I want to. I feel like if I have a gun, I'm gonna become kobold. And gonna like probably go like yip yip or some shit. Keyring is what holds a keychain together. Oh. Message from Cat. Hi Nina. Hi kitty. We left the kitty. Hey Elena, do you know where the key is? No? Well, Elena's probably gonna stay there and sulk for a lot longer because I don't know where the key is. Am I stupid or is everything way harder to find now? I don't think I struggle with finding things in Resident Evil 7. Only during the Jack fight in the garage, and that's pretty much it. What? Am I just not familiar with this particular household? Also, hope you're doing good, Nina. Oh, hiya! Examine items in detail and find some clues. Can I take that? Screwdriver is a lockpick? That was on the keyring, small screwdriver. So I now have a lockpick? You ready, Elena?
Damn, the fire's moving fast.
Oh, I don't think so. Fire is moving very slow, Ethan. I've been here finding the key for 10 hours. Guess I can only drive the truck. Alright, let's go, Elena. Here we go. Come in. I'm taking the driver's seat. We're going on a trip.
What are you thinking?
Step back. We can bust out with this.
Don't you want Elena to stay in the car as well? Ethan? Check your rear mirror before doing that. Hit the gas. Gas, gas, gas. Hiya! This is reminiscent of Jack. Wow.
Ethan, are you alright?
I'm fine. Let me back up again.
The fire. There isn't any time.
Oh, oil? Spillage?
Nowhere to go but up.
Wait, why would you not just slam through the wooden garage door?
Hurry.
I don't know. Come on, Elena.
Let's move. Don't worry, and try not to breathe in the smoke.
I know. Thank you, Ethan. You're kind.
Wow, say that again, holy shit.
I hope your family is safe.
I do too. Once we get out of here, maybe you'll get to meet them.
Here, let me move them for you.
That'd be good.
Oh, okay. Ethan! Ethan, no!
It'll hold. There. That's our way out.
Thank God. But what then? The village is still full of monsters. We can't fight them. There's too many.
Hey. Hey, don't talk like that. We'll find a safe house to put you in until I can find my daughter. My hunch is she's in that old castle.
No. That place is full of nothing but blood and death. And I don't want to be alone while you're... Father?
Elena, no. That's not him. Not anymore.
He said my name. Father!
Wait, it's not
Oh,
safe.
GG.
Stay there. Come on. Give me your hand.
Don't give up.
Ethan, go.
Don't give
Save
up.
your daughter.
Elena, don't give up. Reach for me. Damn it.
Well. Why would you... Why would you give up like that?
Why is everyone dying on me? This is just too much.
I mean, I don't blame him after what happened to me, huh? What the fuck? No, Zeus, ban. Go to your corner.
Don't get it.
No. No. But Mia is dead though. The idiot boy is strong in this chapter. I guess our friends either might have brain damage after all the events in Resident Evil 7. It kinda does, right?
This place has gone mad. Why the fuck is this happening again? Shit!
Or Ethan. Well, there goes Luisa's house. Demon Crest. This character making consistently terrible decisions is actually good working because he has no frontal cortex remaining. 什么东西？
给你。
什么来着？
给我跟妈咪分享，因为我刚听妈咪讲你很想吃完它，我讲我也吃够了，妈咪也吃够了，然后我就拿上来给你哟。
这蘑菇哦，超好吃的哦。
对。 妈咪这么兴奋的讲，妈咪在跟我吃饭，跟我吃饭，跟我吃饭，那就怎么？就我拿上去给他了。好，那就我就拿给你
OK，那等下我就吃掉它先。
对，就拿给你了。
Thanks。
多98分。
拜拜。I got food. I got food. I got the fried mushroom. What the fuck? Who? Someone's out there. Someone's out there. Someone's out there. My arm warmers is going outside.
Stop! Mother Miranda!
Oh, Lulian. Are you Mother Miranda? Oh.
Who was... What was that?
It's okay. Leg warmers is good. I also have Tekken to keep me warm. The PNG doesn't react to it. Oh, it doesn't react to my sister? Maybe because it's far. I have the PNG reacts a little bit a little bit like louder. Lulian? Wow, not even a corpse to be seen. Holy shit. Yeah, she left. She only came here to give me some food. I'm still full though from the lunch I had. Oh, that's my other sister. I have 4. Grandmama, the grandmama.
Death. Yes. Death has visited them all.
Well, at least someone's happy about this. Can I cut her? I mean... Okay. Okay, it's fine. She's invincible! What the hecky? See, she's fine. Well, I guess I'm going to castle whatever this is.
Nothing but blood and death. Huh?
Watch this. There's only gonna be blood and no death. Because I'm the best. Is it gonna be Gator here? There's a line. Should I follow this line? The line leads to nothing though. Booby Lady Castle? Who? Am I going to Booby Lady Castle? I don't know. Maybe. Oh. I think it's a camera wobble that's making me feel nauseous all the time. Yeah, maybe this is better. I mean, it feels less realistic, but it's good for my brain and my eyes.
Well, well.
Uh-oh.
Didn't
Damn!
think anyone was left. You must be pretty tough. Huh.
Who are you?
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, you're not local. Even better.
What?
Mother Miranda's gonna love you.
Are we playing with supernatural powers now? What? Am I DC Universe? What the fuck?
Wait, you're whining. We're almost there.
Now you have magnetic power. Are you Magneto? What is this game? I love Magnet Man's voice acting.
To anyone else, and
True.
my daughters do so love entertaining foreigners. Furthermore, I can assure you, if you entrust them
Oh, I hate you.
my daughters and I shall deliver.
Oh, I hate you.
I want to see.
You mean? Both you shut the fuck up!
Oh, you shut the fuck up.
Where?
You mean you'll screw around with him in private? And where's the fun in that? Give him to me, and I'll put on a show that everybody can enjoy.
Another
So
Lucas?
gauche. What do we care? Bread and circuses. The man
Big
thing,
lady.
suffering is assured.
Yak, yak, as a man's dick is cut off in the castle, blah, blah, blah.
I've heard all your arguments. Some of you were less persuasive than others, but I've made my decision. Heisenberg, the man's fate is in your hands.
Mother Miranda, I must.
Oh. Spooky taters? Wait, pause. Okay, pause. Marvek, hey! It's the spooky. I'm gonna cry. Hello, Raiders. Hello. Oh my god. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Fenrir. Hi, Corix. Hi, Boba Newt. And hi, Marvek. What were you playing? Here, let me do this real quick. Oh, you're playing Phasmo? Oh shit. I haven't played Phasmo in so many years, actually. I think I saw the game change like crazy from the last time I played. Well, I hope Phasmo was fun. Multiple spooky games? Oh. So not only Phasmo, huh? Oh, I hope you had fun. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons 2 bits. I love Dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. It's the first time playing Resident Evil Village, and I guess I know why. I know why people are saying big booba lady or tall lady. I mean, look at her. She big. Holy shit. I kind of like her.
Give the mortal to me, and I will ensure he is ready.
Shut your damn hole! And don't be a sore loser! You'll find your food somewhere else.
Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
I'm the child. You're the one who's arguing with Miranda's decision.
You wouldn't know responsibility if
Hi,
it was
Ixon.
welded
Oh,
to
keep
that
growing! One day your head might actually fit your ego!
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
Silence! My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
Thank you. Huh. Lycans and gentlemen, we thank you for waiting. And now let the games begin. Let's see what you're doing. Ethan Winters.
How do you know my name?
Get ready.
Oh, Ixon is doing good.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Don't you even gonna undo my hand?
2, 1. Showtime!
I don't think there's going to be enough time for me to do anything. Run, Ethan!
Run for your life.
Run, Ethan! Run, Ethan! Run! Nice, Ethan.
Very nice, Ethan.
Whoa! Whoa! Hiya, why got so many thing one? Ow. At least undo my fucking hand tie or some shit. Not hand tie, the hand, what do you call that thing again? Hand tie? No, that's not hand tie. My hands are tied up. At least undo that tie, right?
Still alive? Impressive.
What the fuck? Better run. Ethan! Oh, thank God I saw that. Idiot. Stupid. Oh.
You truly are.
Oh. You are telling me the entire place is going down with the Subaiku? Hiya, what do you mean? What the fuck? I thought it's just that room. The 4 lords of the village. So that's the big lady. Oh, she's big. Holy shit.
Jesus Christ!
Just run.
Run for your life.
You got this, Ethan. Ooh. It's okay, Ethan. You got this. Hentai. It's not hentai. I don't know what it's called. It's hand something. I don't remember. My hands are tied. I need to undo that tie. But that's not really tied though, is it?
You're still alive? Impressive.
Oh, guess I should just keep running here. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Shit! My word. You truly are as strong as they say. Oh, you didn't think I'd let you get away, did you? Gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained.
Oh.
So now it's time for the beautiful, blood-soaked grand finale.
Oh no! What the fuck? What'd I do? There's like sideways that I can fit.
Jesus Christ! That's right.
I become sauce. And Kobo becomes sauce. Not sus, sauce.
Very nice, Ethan.
You can skip this, right? P skip. Okay. Oh.
My word. You truly are as strong as they say.
What are we dealing with here? Before jumping down, let's take a look. I cannot run through that door, so there's no way I can go. Jump down, maybe I have a better perspective.
Oh, you didn't think I'd let you get away, did you? Gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained. So now it's time
I hope this is
for the
good enough.
blood-soaked grand finale.
Maybe.
Nothing like fresh American ground beef.
Hey, fresh American ground beef.
Wait, do those freaks have Rose?
Pretty sure those freaks have Rose. Hey, got my belongings still. Oh, 5 bullets on this? Someone tell me why is this so funny? Right, I have goons now. Oh, there's gonna be more, huh? Ooh. Ooh, I hate this. Don't think there's gonna be any loot. Yeah, no. Wait, I'm in the castle Dimitrescu now. And I think I saw the big lady's name is Dimitrescu, so that's her castle? I think this must be her castle. I mean, it's Dimitrescu. Nice. I'm back here. I'm using this again. That's a very slow door. Whoever designed that must have a lot of time in their hands. No? Considering they have to go out, so they have to open up the door. That's 10 seconds. And then if they forget something, it's like, oh shit, I forgot something. Another 10 seconds. Oh. Vineyard. I don't like these things. I feel like they're gonna become alive. Hmm? Oh. Oh, that's so fucked up. So all the scarecrows are made from real humans here. How is this a quaint village? This looks like it's been here for at least 10 years. Well, that's an exaggeration. About a few days? Right? This is not a quaint village. If anything, this is one absolute fucked up village, no? This is truly the Resident Evil village. Wow, I'm the best, holy shit.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter.
I guess?
Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
Yeah? And so do you.
I am but a humble merchant.
Here?
Oh, forgive my manners. Call me the Duke. Now to business. Weapons, ammunition, healing salves, anything you desire, I can provide.
Ooh, well...
Welcome. A gift has arrived for you, good sir.
You can prepare any additional items swiftly. The Duke's Purse. Gunsmithy supplies. Crystal Skull. Crystallized remains of a sharp-fanged creature. Oh, I sell them for money? Sure.
Little and often fills the purse, as they say.
Oh wow, yeah, the guns are very expensive here. Triggers an explosion when stepped on. Possible to retrieve them after placing. Don't sell them, keep them all. Nah, I want money. I don't care about that crystal thing. Hi, Serene. Welcome.
I've procured some new items for you, Mr. Winters.
Oh, I can upgrade the gun. Oh my god, I can upgrade the gun. Okay, okay. Ooh. Reload speed. 0.2 seconds faster. How is that even gonna help anymore? Rate of fire. This is extra baggage. Oh, okay. Oh, I can buy recipes for guns. Samurai Edge. Powerful customized handgun which uses anti-bioweapon technology left by Albert Wesker. Oh, isn't this a little bit too strong? I'm not buying that. Customizable part of a shotgun greatly increases rate of fire. Customizable part for a handgun greatly increase. Ooh. Weapon charm. Equip for a dangly charm. I don't want that. It's okay. So, oh my god. It's so expensive. I think it'll be best to buy the recipe for shotgun ammo. Yeah, I think I should.
I've fielded all sorts of weapons modifications, and will do them for a small fee.
I'm keeping my money for now. Thank you, Duke. I don't know who you.
Good deal, if I say so myself.
Hell yeah. Alright. Thank you, whoever you are. Well, I guess we're going to Castle Dimitrescu. Good morning. Wow, that was quick.
Could Rose be here?
Probably. Oh, okay. Thanks for the money. January 5th. Redneck. Delivery of one male, 3 female. 28. January 28. Mother Miranda. Meeting with Mistress Dimitrescu. February 1st. The Duke. Business discussions. What does that even mean? Oh. Oh. I don't like how quiet this is. You didn't sign the guest log? Oh shit. Oh, that's the guest log? Well, I guess I'm breaking and entering. I'm sorry, tall lady. I'm gonna go back and push the button. I feel like that one might be a secret. Fair enough. I don't like that sound. It was very subtle, but I hear screaming. Norstein Labyrinths. A craftsman of the late 19th century, Norstein was branded a heretic in his homeland. What? He wandered the lands until he settled in a remote village. Norstein then created 4 labyrinths: the castle, the house on the hill, the water wheel, and the iron tower. Upon their completion, he put a gun to his temple and took his own life. For what? Each labyrinth is unique and requires its own specially crafted metal ball to operate. Each one contains crystallized human remains, which are said to be Norstein's 4 beloved wives. The labyrinths are their graves. Huh? Looks like there's a hole for something special. I mean, it's moving weirdly. Marble track? I guess I have to put a ball here. It looks like it's either from there or there. Only one way to find out. I have to find balls first. I don't think there's loot here. I think it's red because of just because of this, I feel like. Oh, I don't like this place already. Hall of the 4. Hello? Locked? Guess I'll go here. Mask the angel's blind. Bug? Oh no. Why are you guys monkey read? Hey man. Yo. What the fuck?
Man blood.
Stop! Why are you guys body mutilating shit? What the fuck? At least be gentle. Jesus fucking Christ, my leg.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
You are so kind to me, daughters. Now,
Grab Lady
let's take a look
Demi
at him.
balls.
Well, Ethan Winters.
Didn't you want me?
You escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you?
I did.
Let's see how special you are.
Yes, Mother.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, what are you doing? Oh my god, she's so tall. Why? Oh, okay. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Starting to go a little stale.
Then let's devour his man flesh quickly, Mother.
I am the one who captured him.
Now, daughters. First, I must inform Mother Miranda. But later, well, there will be enough for everyone. Budama.
Can you grab me?
Hey, wait.
Aye. What the fuck?
Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
Oh my god, please look at me like that. Oh, you're so big.
Wait, what are you doing?
What the fuck? So we're going for the content after. She's canonically like 12 feet. She's large. 12 feet? I think I'm 3, right? Damn, that's gonna hurt. Hmm? Are you serious? Jesus, Ethan! Ethan, your hand. Your hand has been through so much from Resident Evil Biohazard and now in Village. Yeah, pour something on it. Oh my god, you need it. Oh, leave some for the. Thank you. This game is a thing for hands. Yeah. We've been feet, but Miyazaki took that niche. Isn't Feet Street Fighter? I'm sure Ethan is fine. Ooh, beautiful shiny. If you play Elden Ring, I did. I played through the whole game. I think Genius Kojumbo took that niche first. The amount of high fidelity feet in that game is fucking astonishing. Like Street Fighter 6 then. Stephanie Justen has some horror stories from Metal Gear Solid 5. I mean, have you seen Juri feet? The close-up Juri feet? The player base essentially has like 5% of the player base name being Juri's feet something. It's crazy. Another lockpick. Don't I have screwdriver? Who's Juri? One of Street Fighter character. The model who was used for Quet in Metal Gear Solid 5 had her feet scanned. Why is it with feet and games? Oh, quiet. Look on the other side. What a bed. Dimitrescu cannot even fit on this bed. This game's lying. Oh, sorry. I didn't think that's gonna work. Well. Oh, sorry. Oh, oops, sorry. Yeah. Oh. Oh, my hands. Oh, I couldn't control them. Oh no. Yeah, I couldn't control my hands. It's stabbing on its own. So I guess there's something here. Genius. Kojumbo must have her feet. Oh! Hell yeah! Secret passage. A Kobo hole. You know you should close that, Ethan. You know, hide the trace or something like that. Prone? Eee. Rata. Hideo Kojima. Oh. Nice. I have a lot of handgun ammo. Man, my mouse space is like so small, it's crazy. Oh. Pick up maroon eye-ring. Oh, something's gonna happen. Okay. Where am I? Nice. More first aid med. Oh, first aid med doesn't stack anymore? Oh shit, I shouldn't use that much then. I shouldn't craft as much. Hmm? Cool. Kojumbo is a genius though. I'm not biased. Love rat. Rata. Oh, oops. Yeah. I couldn't stop myself. Yeah. Whoa, wait, even the armor is like way bigger. So is everyone just big here? Oh wait, no, you're just... Okay. I'll be right back. Is this where he came from? Oh, it is! Okay. Kojima made games, but his real calling is making 40-hour movies. 40 hour? He did study to be a filmmaker. Oh. I assume 40-hour movie means that the whole Metal Gear Solid is a movie. Could be a movie.
Where have they taken Rose?
One. MGS4. So NGS4 is like the good one? About less than 23 hours of unskippable cutscenes is wild. And is there a good plot? Okay. Yeah, that's better. It's not like Monster Hunter World unskippable cutscene. Wouldn't call him a genius per se, but the man clearly has some talent. 5 is like 40 hours of gameplay and it was only the first act before it got cancelled. Huh? Oh!
Oh, we meet again.
How'd you...
Duke, why are you here?
Where there's coin to be made. And have you found your daughter?
No.
If she is truly here, the lady of the castle would have kept little Rose in her private chambers, would she not?
Dimitrescu?
The very same. Why don't you take a look? Maybe you'll get lucky. And speaking of looking, Care to make a purchase?
Did you?
Welcome.
How did you read her name? Demi.
This is all an investment, even.
Demitresk? Demitresk? I don't know if I want to sell these. I mean, I want money, but I also want shiny. And how much for...
Securing goods is more important than anything. Anything, my friend.
6,000. Guess I'll sell one of the glass, but I want to keep the white shiny.
Dissatisfied? I believe this is a fair price.
It's not your little shit, but it's okay. You could probably sell it for way more on eBay. It is a glass lady Demitresk herself drank out of. Holy shit. I didn't think about that. Wait, no. Can I... Maybe I shouldn't have sold it.
Thank you for your patronage.
Nah, I think it's fine. She's not a dragon anyway.
If it's just looking, window shop away. Pay me no mind.
Yeah, she's not a dragon. It's fine.
Aha!
Oh yeah, I should have bought this.
Have a wonderful adventure.
Thank you. The Duke is so nice. Alright, going back up. Apparently treasure doesn't have uses? I don't think they have. It's something like Resident Evil 4. Like, Resident Evil 4, the treasures could be combined, but in this game I don't think there is. Yeah, you can only examine them, and that's pretty much it. Shiny. Shiny. Only then you will be saved. Will you be saved? Must the angel's blinded gaze. Blinded gaze. There's no head on them. Have fun hunting shiny. Alright, have a good luck, Nina. Thank you. Apparently it's no longer a thing because players didn't like the combining. Really? I personally think the combining is fun as hell. I get to create my own special shiny. It's a neat puzzle to keep your treasure and then combine and sell for more. Yeah. Like Resident Evil 4 has the treasure combining thing. I think it's like okay-ish. Nice. Where's this? Oh, don't mind if I do. Ten treasure that combines into 5 special treasure. So there is in this game. Oh, guess I already missed one of them. Wow. Why game? Do you want me to examine just the blood? Oh. Oh. Ew. Nice. I'm getting a bunch of handgun ammo here. Hmm. Hmm? Do I have to shoot it down? Oh, okay. Well, that's probably gonna be loud as fuck. Cannot use as is. Oh, so you want me to take the eye out? Oh, I don't like this. Are you gonna look at me? You were shaking though. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Not the bugs again. Oi. Oh shit. What the fuck?
I haven't cut open a man in a while. Let me string you up, slice your jugular, and just watch.
Whoa.
Taken alive, dead, which would you prefer? I can't hold back any longer.
Time to go, Ethan. Oh. Strong legs, Ethan. June 9th, 1958? That's a long time ago. It was my first day working at the castle today. I was most shocked to see the other staff were all women. The mistress and her daughters were very adamant that they wouldn't bite. It was quite peculiar. So they already know that she's a vampire? June 23rd, 1958. It's been 2 weeks since I started working at the castle and I'm a little afraid. Another maid, Adela, made a mistake and Miss Daniela slashed her face with a knife. And at night I can hear wailing as if ghosts roams the halls. I want to go home. Oh no. I don't know what to do. The young ladies were complaining it was too hot and stuffy during dinner, so I opened the window just a crack. Shut it now! They all shrieked at me in unison. I fear I may be taken down into the cellar, never to be seen of again. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Are they afraid of the sun? I mean, this is all enclosed space. I guess that makes sense. Right, okay, so they're afraid of the sun. Raise the sun, of course. Praise the sun. Nice. Uh-oh. That's the tall lady. Well. I'm so small. What are you doing? Wow, look at you. She has to she has to bend down to go through doors. She's too big. She has to bend down to go through the door. Oh. Poor lady. Ah, crap. Who locks the door behind them? I have almost 100 bullets, and that's crazy. I also don't know how quiet this place is. Hiya! Money? What's with this room? Trust in light. I mean, this is very light, no? Would you want me to tell you about some of the Anderson can combine? Not really. It's all good. I think if I can combine them, they should show here, I feel like. So, it's all good. Oh, are you telling me that this is a puzzle? We can combine Kobo with Dragon to make a little Dracops. That would be very nice. There's something I should be looking out for. Oh! Oh, right! I need to light them. There we go. Nice! I didn't think about that. Can someone combine me with a dragon? I like that. Many dragons, in fact. I think that's better. You know, I think a light would be good here. Thank you. Whoa, toilet. Whoa, what a chair. Is this a massage chair? Holy shit. What is this? It's covered in dried blood. Well, no shit. Whoa, wait, are you is this the holding? It's being held like this? The entire body? Oh, that's fucked up. Can't even move. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's kinda, I mean, that's not okay, you know, for real, that's not hot, that's scary. What is this? So these are all torture devices, I think? Oh, the hands are tied there. I mean, if this is a torture device, what does this do? Okay, so I assume hands are tied here, right? Oh, is the leg cuffed here as well? That's the stretcher. It pulls your limbs apart. Oh. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, yeah, Well, I mean, it is torture devices. Oh, hi, Masichu.
Yep.
Oh, ugh, what the fuck? This? In a cage? Oh. Oh, yeah, I don't like that. Ugh. Oh, there's one out here as well. Oh, oh, fuck. I mean, the massage chair is everywhere. Oh, it's this weird looking thing again. I feel like this one is just gonna hang people to death, which is fucked up. YouTube's not gonna like that. Disturbing? Yeah, I mean, torture chambers, right? Candidates: Irina, Mihaela, Lois, Ingrid. Rejects: Dandora, Greta, Nadine, Camelia, Bianca, Melina, Astrid, Lyudmila, Rosalinda, Lina, Stepana, Gabriela. So, are they testing some sort of... It's not bioterrorism this time, right? I mean, we're vampire with lycanthropy. We have whatever that shithead is, the small one. Oh, ooh. Oh, wow, yeah, Don't think I like that. No, we don't know how those works. It's only torture if you accept it as torture. Maybe the slash serious is crazy. I don't know about that. I feel... Oh, yeah? Oh, slash S is sarcasm. I always thought slash S is serious. Ooh. It feels like they're still testing something here. So this is our taste chamber? Irina, robust appetite, robust appetite. Mihaela, Lewis. And then Ingrid, unstable, overly alert at times. Oi, 鸡嘛干妈，鸡巴真是都没有东西在里面包去啊！完蛋了咯，你看，有声了咯，GG 了咯。Thank you, Breaky. Metal scrap. What? Oh. Oh. What is that? What am I fighting against? I should disarm you. What the fuck am I fighting against? I'm so squishable? Oh, I would love to get squished by dragon all the time. Is there more? Sounds like there's more. Yep. Okay, they're not too hard to kill, thankfully. Hi, Bomb. Hey, yo. We backtrack. I get it, music. I get it, music. What the fuck?
Roll.
Don't use shotgun shells because I cannot craft them. Run back. Need to make them single file. It'll be a lot easier to deal with. I need to speak fucking English. Okay. Ingrid's necklace. Ingrid's what now? Alright. Two goes red. The very cool dog goes red. Hiya, why the music like this one? Walao eh. No monster already ma, why you still calling? Hiya. You do that for what? Want me to shit my pants, is it? Hiya. That sequence almost made me lose all my bullets, yeah. Cannot like that one ma, hiya. See you swing your sword like that, how? So rude. Cannot one. Okay. I think I should use more knife here. Because I feel like I'm using so much bullet. I don't really have a lot of bullet anymore. Then if I no bullet then cham lor. I mean okay lah, I got 6 gunpowder and 6 rusted scrap ma. I can make some bullet lah, but I don't want to use too much leh. I want to make shotgun bullet. I think that one better. I think I got everything. Oh no. Why the entire place red? Don't be like that lah. Yeah, you put your entire place red, then how? You want me to go through the entire place to find that one single loot? Hiya. How leh? Got so many room. I think it's okay lah. Maybe I don't come back here anymore. But I think maybe just one more thing I haven't found eh. Maybe lah, I don't know. I lazy. I don't want to go find things. In so many dark places also so 麻烦.
I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
Sup, bitch? Oh no.
Which tools do you prefer?
Where am I going? I don't know.
You're tonight's main dish.
I'm running. Come on. Go, 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 go.
Squeeze the... Where are you going, little one?
Hiya. Oh shit. Did I die?
Bullets cannot harm.
Oh. Oh, Ethan, clever.
You stupid man thing!
What the fuck did you call me?
Move your hands! Give up! How dare you bare your teeth at us!
You like that, don't you?
Impertinent man!
What does that even mean?
I'll slice your throat and stuff it with worms! I feel no pain!
Sure you don't.
I'm sick of fighting you.
Good, then don't.
Behave!
No.
Not like this.
I mean, you're not even a dragon telling me to behave. Shut up. Fuck you. A non-dragon calling a Kobo. A non-dragon telling a Kobo to behave. That's where you fucked up. That's where you fucked up, man. Or not man, I'm sorry.
Don't believe it.
Then don't. She did? Oh my god, I'm the best. Get fucked, idiot. Crystal torso. Easy game. Misbehave? Hell yeah. I'm gonna misbehave then. I mean... Who is she to tell a kobold to behave, huh? Get out of here. I think we can heal once. Yeah, let's heal once. Oh. Any more loot here? No, I took everything. Okay. That fight was pretty easy. I mean, just block every attack and shoot head. Feels like there's no way to dodge her hits as much. You have this much meat and then you still want to drink me? Oh, what's that? Eat on why? Sanguis Virginis. A vintage bottle of wine ornamented with intricate silver bottles. Looks like it was bottled a long time ago. Crystal skull, fragments, torso. I mean, is it me or is it something that I could insert? Oh wait, that necklace was a variable? Holy shit. Lucky me. Another one was sent to the cellar. She had only spilled some soup. Everyone knows what happens when you are sent to the cellar. You're never seen again. They drain your blood. You're so cursed to wander the halls. I went looking for her, and when I found her, she was just skin and bones and gnawing on the red carcass. I suspect it'll be my... Oh! All the names! All the female names that went through the torture room shit. Oh, that's what it meant. I understand now. Oh, that's fucked up. Holy shit. I mean, if I'm ever in any danger, just come in here then, right? Should be simple enough. Oh, that's a pipe bomb. Ooh. Recoil compensator. Custom parts. Ooh. Increased rate, increased firepower? Oh. Oh, it's gonna be so strong now. Oh my god, I love when game does this. Like, the game gives me a normal gun, but I can slowly upgrade it to like way stronger. It's like, ooh. I really, really love that. Unlock a simple lock with a lockpick. Wooden angel statue. Are you a key, Adam? No, you're a treasure. An angel statue carefully carved from wood. Wood carving is so extremely difficult. Oh, nice. Why is this place so quiet? I mean, this place is still red. No? Am I back in the main room? Oh yeah, wasn't there like a place to save somewhere from Duke? Are you here, Duke? No, where's Duke? Oh, merchant's room, so one more. Here, right? Yeah, okay. I haven't seen any balls though. Duke.
Thanks to your consistent patronage, I've expanded my services.
Oh.
Naturally. This is all an investment, even.
I'll sell one of these, two of these, and I'll keep one of everything.
I'm buying this because of our relationship, you know.
Hell yeah. Rate of fire, reload speed, and ammo capacity. I think I'm just gonna get ammo capacity for this. 4,000. No, wait. How about... Ooh. More space. Ooh, I could get this though.
Come now. I'm a merchant after all.
Oh, it's another handgun. Maybe I should get this thing. Yeah, okay. You know what? Crystal Skull is easy to get. It's okay.
Bits and bobs? I see. Pay me no mind.
This one. Yeah. Purchase something for the dukes in the story. Heck yeah.
Have a wonderful adventure.
Thank you. My handgun is so good now.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Steven Lucario. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Welcome. No. How much money do I have? 380? That's not a lot. Shift space. Okay. There, okay. Still need to get used to the controls. I saved, right? I kind of want to make a little bit more handgun bullet. Let's do 15 more. There. It looks like it needs an amount of things. Eh? This one? Oh, isn't there like the place where I have to open up here? Still cannot do this? Oh. I'm okay. Oh. Fair and honey. It's been a while, so here we are. It's been a while. Whoa. Neku, hi. Sarto, hi. Welcome, everyone.
Hello. And welcome.
I definitely wasn't scared just now. Foxhole in Boxu? Hi. How have you been? Pretty okay today, right? I didn't drink coffee today, so I feel like I keep yawning and stuff.
And welcome.
And also I have been very surprisingly less terrified when I play Resident Evil 7. I think 7 is scarier than 8, or maybe 7 trained me to be less scared, question mark.
Hello.
Also, thanks for the follow, Dolby for hire. And also, Foxu in Boxu, thank you. Also, what were you playing? Thanks for the raid. Fright Fest? Oh, is Fright Fest like a many different horror games played in one session? Well, either way, I hope stream was good. And also, welcome in everyone. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragon Stupids. I love Dragon Bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. It's doing my annual trick or treat event. Ooh, event. Gosh, I don't think I've ever done an event of some sort. Event sounds good. Hope it went well for you. But of course, if you need any post-stream care, you know, like get some food, get some drink, get some rest, definitely go do them. Post-stream care important. It's the first time we playing this game, so no spoilers and stuff like that. And also I'm very slow because I'm like constantly terrified. It did, I think. Going to work and get some stuff done, but I could see you again. I feel bad because I don't think I remember the name. But I'm glad you remembered me. I'm sorry though. But yeah, go get some stuff done. Appreciate the raid again. It's been a long time. Whoa. I assume I was not a kobold still and then you raided in? Because I think me being a kobold is like 2 years ago thing. And I started streaming about 4 years ago. About. I don't have lockpick anymore. Remember the name, couldn't recall, but I wanted to come say hi. Oh. Well, I really appreciate that, I do. Okay, what are we doing here? Where's the tall lady? The sun is also shining directly at my face. I'm gonna go close the curtains real quick, alright? The sun. It's too bright. Okay, I'm back. Where am I going? I mean, I guess I can try going to the second floor, question mark? I mean, Lady Demi... Dimitrescu? The name is so hard to pronounce, I don't even know anymore. Yeah, maybe I have to go second floor. I mean, the lady, the big tall lady is gonna know one of her quote unquote daughter died. They should know, right? Something's here. Oh. The winemaking techniques of Castle Dimitrescu can be traced as far back as the 15th century, long before the current occupants of the castle. Alcina Dimitrescu uses this legendary yet peculiar technique to enrich the wine's flavor intensity and bestow it bestow it with a thick bouquet. Her best vintage is Sanguis Virginis, meaning maiden's blood. It is kept in a special ornate bottle decorated with intricate silver flowers. Isn't that what I got? Yeah, I got it. Looks like it was bottled a long time ago. That makes sense. So I used this one on this? Yes, sir. Oh, secret. Small box courtyard key. Okay, something's gonna happen. I don't like it. I took some very important item. Something's gonna happen. Alright. I'm ready for you. Not afraid of you. You think I'm scared? I'm not scared. I have a knife. Yeah. Oh, I should break everything. It's locked on the other side. Yeah. I found everything. Hell yeah. Courtyard key, right? So go down. Something's probably gonna happen.
Hello, and welcome.
I'm not scared. Kugio Tech. Thank you. Oh. My stabby hands. I have to break everything.
Shall I give you the tour?
Oh, how do I get to this? How do I get down? How do I get down? No.
Ugh, so thirsty.
Why do you sound so nonchalant? Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Oops. Can you get in here?
My throat, it's so dry.
Oh. Wait, table. Loop. It's not gonna hurt her anymore, right? Oh! No, it's not here. Dude, can you save me? Hello. Did that work? How do I get down? I mean, if I bring her to downstairs, she's dead. Think it was here? Oh yeah, it's here. Oh shit. A witch, whatever your name is, I know when to bring you. I need a tour. Where are you? Come on. I want a tour. Give me a tour. Is she actually just despawned?
Play with me some more.
Come here, boo. I have just the thing. I'm gonna bring you to a good place. Okay, the flies around me doesn't take my health. That's good. Okay. Go. What the fuck? Oi,
How's it feel?
I mean, I should wait for her here, no? Oh wait, maybe I should go to the courtyard. Sounds good, right? Lockpick, 4 angels. Oh, there it is. Oh, I just have to go here. Go straight, turn left. Oh, I got my own tail. Oh no. Oh, this place is even better. Oh. Nice. Nice. Did I bought shotgun shells? No yet. Okay. Hmm? Oh. Nice. Oh. Cutscene? Where is the walking noise? Why does that play a cutscene? That's so sus. That's kinda sus. Wait, that walking noise, high heels. Is that the tall lady? There has to be the tall lady, right? That high heel noise. So I'm supposed to avoid her now? I don't think I can outrun her in any way possible. Like, my 5 steps is her 1 step. That's how tall she is. Like, I wouldn't have any hope of outrunning her. Well, that just makes me feel scared now. Oh, they gave me shotgun ammo. Oh. Actually, I want to try a little bit of something. Can I change the Kobo gold? Oh my god, heck yeah. What if I don't use the super resolution here? Like, we don't use the FSR. Hi, Cobalt Gold. Welcome, what were you playing? Roblox? Oh, is the game still up? Well, hope you had fun. Welcome in, Raiders. Forsaken new update. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Teora. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I want to see if this will kill my PC, actually. No, game runs really well. I'm very surprised. I mean, to be fair, I did turn down some settings. But holy shit, the game...
Have you done to my daughter?
Oh, I don't know. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. I mean, she tried to kill me. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Look, I'm trying to defend myself here. Oh. Oh no. Whoa, wait, this is a bathroom? God damn. Time to raid and go, hungry and tired. Hope an amazing stream. Of course, thank you. Thanks for raid again. Go take care of yourself. Get some food. Food good. Yeah? Well, that's a weird chair to have. Thanks for the bullet. Dead end. I'm sure that's not loud at all. What if she appears here? Oh no. Oh no, please don't grab me from behind. Where am I going? I mean, I have the courtyard key. And then it played what have you done to my daughters? And then now I'm here walking back? Oh, nice. I have no herb though. I have 3 chemical fluid. So what do we get from that? Dimitrescu key. So is this one then? Hall of Ablution? Statues. Oh, there's something there? Going back. I'm just kinda afraid that the tall lady is gonna grab me from behind. Okay, so the statue is something? Weird. Any clues? Oh. Women are blind to male advances, but the poor shall take their chances, and given to give their lord their bounty sown, so that soon the wine may flow. So this, don't look at that. I mean, that's a male. And poor take the chance to give their lord. So you look at that woman, but women don't look at them, no? You don't look at that, so you have to look at this one. So now you take the chances to steal bounty sum. So that the wine may flow. What? Oh! I thought something happened. Oh, thank you, Evie. Happy Halloween. Thank you, Ixon. And hi again, Fenrir. It's happy Halloween. Thank you. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to all of you as well. I mean, it's in Malaysia we don't really celebrate Halloween, or at least in Miri we don't. But hey, to those who celebrate, hope you had the best Halloween. Also, welcome in Raiders from Ixon. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh yeah, I didn't... Were you playing Phasmo? Oh, you were playing Phasmophobia. Well, I hope Phasmo was fun. Thank you. Thanks for the raid. Oh. I cannot do puzzles. I'm struggling with puzzles here. The poor shall take their chances to give their lord their bounty sown. Are you supposed to look at here? Take the chance to give you, I guess. So that the wine may flow. What? So you look the other way? Oh my god, okay, we did it. a fucking door here? Whoop. It's gonna be a blood-filled door. Well, at least we know that the Lady Dimitrescu is very angry. Right, she knows what we have done to her daughters. More massage chair.
What the hell?
Oh, it's all blood. Oh my god, they're filled with food here. What? It's all food for them. I mean, it's all blood. Excuse-moi, picky eater. Oh my god, hi Chucky. Hello. Fuck. I didn't see what that was. Oh, I'm blocked off. I hope Junky's doing it. Oh, I've been picked up. Oh my goodness. It's the legendary Uppies. Alright, what are we dealing with here? Oi, 鸡毛干！鸡白面，你不要这样啊！妈的，心脏病啊！你要怎样哦？超憨哦！你要吓死人了！鸡妈干真的是屌哦！哇，老会跳起来呀！妈的！Oh, don't do it. Are they not drowning? I mean, how could they drown? They're not even human anymore. Bitch. Nice. At least they're easy to kill. Uh-huh. Okay, 5 shots to the head kills. That's good to know. This is still so funny. There's probably going to be another one. Oh, loot. Your loot. Hold. Why would I want that? Oh, to make them come in single file, I guess? But how is that going to help me do good? Yeah, it looks like a huge zigzag here. So is it going to be like multiple monsters chasing me here? Ooh. Ay, ay, ay. That counts, I'll take it. Thanks for money. Continue drinking blood, why don't you? I mean, at least I kind of know what to expect now. Another one here, maybe? Okay, we go like this. I think we should be able to block if they were to attack. Yeah. Okay, so there's a hint, there's a hint, there's a hint. Right at their teeth. I really love monsters drop things now, it's so good. We can look at the wave to determine if there's monsters down there, I think. Ooh, that's a lot of them. Okay. I need them to come in single file, that'll be nice. Uh-oh. Didn't know you could do that. Okay, okay. The game's being so gentle with me right now. Equip Kobo? Uh-oh, I'm gonna... Kobo's gonna yip a lot now, oh no. Nice, getting some bullet back. Equipped? Equipped is so adorable, oh my god. And Kobo is part of Dragon Horde now? Heck yeah. Alright, more enemies here maybe? I'm chicken. I'm chicken. Pop, 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 pop. You trying to fight me without a weapon? Oh yeah, when they die they make that noise. Nice. Don't... Isn't that unsafe? That's safe? Cool. Do first aid mats. Make one more. I should make a little bit more handgun bullets, so... There. 15 is a lot of bullets made here. Oh. Oh my god, hidden money. And Kobo rich now? Uh-oh. Careful, Ethan. There's a call going on? Oh. Oh, shit, shit. Oh my god, that's so close. Oh my god, she's actually blind. Oh, look at her. Oh my god, she has cake! Oh my god, cake!
Mother Miranda,
Mm-hmm.
I regret to inform you that Ethan Winters has escaped that fool Heisenberg.
Yeah.
Because he is in my castle and has already proven too much for my daughters to handle. When I find him...
Mm-hmm.
No, Mother Miranda. Yes, of course, I understand the importance of the ceremony. I won't let you down.
To hell with
with the ceremony. That man will pay for what he's done.
Oh my god, please chuck me like that. I mean, huh? Oh, that's scary. Oh shit. I mean, it would be a shame if she chucked me like that. Oh my god. I don't know what would happen to me. Jeez. God. Oh, this kid. God damn. Would be a shame, would it? Alright, yeah, she had the internet in the chokehold for literally like a month. Literally everyone with her. I can see why. Yeah, the internet definitely didn't go through this. We were all called by Mother Miranda to decide the fate of the child's father. Just thinking of that family meeting makes me shudder to think I am treated like a sister to those miscreants. Especially Heisenberg. That riff-raff wouldn't know proper manners if they slapped him in the face. I would have sliced him to ribbons if Mother hadn't stopped me. Why? Why does she treat me the same as them? She gave me this castle, obedient daughters, everlasting life, did she not? Am I not a favorite? Am I not special? I need a drink. Oh, you want to be special. Even have the baby's crib to sleep on. Where are you? Oh wait, was Rose here? Oh, oops. I thought that's where Demetrius sleeps. This is like the best thing in the game. Ethan is secretly a 1,000-hand Buddha. Side. Thanks for the leg cakes and what I do? I have nothing. Oh, okay. That's very non-obvious. I feel like the game has a bit of a problem putting their key items because I keep getting lost like that. Never happened in 7, but in 8 it happens like 3 times already. Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
All this for a child who isn't even here.
Oh shit.
You ungrateful, selfish wretch. You come into my house. You lay your filthy man hands on my daughters. And now you even try to steal my property. How dare.
Oh.
Rest while you can. Because I will hunt you. And I will break you.
Oh. Man, that's hot. I mean, huh? Oh shit, I'm dead.
Do your worst.
Hell yeah, Ethan. Well said. Fuck her up. Oh. So should I run now, I guess? Feels like there's a sneaking section. Now you place a Mr. X. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Why there's so many hiding angles? I don't like this. Uh-oh. Skip photo mode. Oh!
Like I'd let you get away.
Yo!
You'll be sliced to ribbons before you ever see the child.
Hen! Hoo, 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 hoo.
You will learn what it means to
Do it! Uh-oh, I'm dead. Don't grab me! I'm sorry, Mama! I got your key though! Your hands are... Shut the fuck up, game, I know! Mask of Sorrow? Uh-oh.
Running will get you nowhere.
I guess, but I did get me... Don't tell... What the fuck? Ethan is not human! Ethan is not human! There's no way the game is gonna casually put... Nah! Good my ass! Screw you! Screw you! What the fuck? This is the funniest shit ever. You're just like, oh, all good now. All good now. I like it's all new. Got me a new hand, eh? Can you... Whoa. Ethan's gonna be like, what do you mean that's not normal? Oh, I see you. You and your shaky hand, I swear to God. Correct? He's not human? If I remember correctly, he's part Mossman. No way! Is one here? Oh wait, I didn't even see you actually. Don't do it! Push enemy away. Are you saying that I can parry attacks? I'm losing ammo. No, not that it's revealed until the end of this game though. Guess I'll know more at the end of this game then. So far I can conclude that Ethan is not human. So, endless monsters? Hiya! Hiya! Get fucked. I need to save some ammo. This game not just gameplay, there's narrative dissonance. So, is the game allowing me to just farm monsters here now? I guess that's the last one. Annex? It's one thing to use water to heal from injury that could just be gameplay, yeah. But to heal from a severed arm, yeah, I can confirm that Ethan is 100% not human anymore. What if Ethan is like one of the blessed Mother Miranda blessed power? Yeah, 7th leg and 7. I mean, that one's like, it was a mold back then? True. It's just the power, you know, it could be the power of First Aid Matt being like the best thing in the entire world that can cure cancer or some shit. You know, the First Aid Matt that does everything. Nice bullet. Oh. God, I love Lady Dimitrescu though. Do I hear monster or was it just me? Well, I definitely hear monster. One day since treatment, the 3 girls have stopped moving. They seem almost dead. An insect flew out of the elder's mouth. It appears to be a common fly. 2 days since treatment, all 3 bodies are covered in flies. It appears the flies are consuming their flesh. When I open the window, some of the flies drop dead on the floor. It would seem the cold petrifies them. I quickly close the window to avoid weakening the insects further. 4 days since treatment, all 3 bodies have almost been completely consumed by the insects. All that's left is a dark, writhing human-shaped mass of creatures. It is just after noon and the insects have started to change color. Those around the face turn pale and those around the lips turn to deep crimson. Oh. Oh, it's the daughters, right? The daughters. 6 days since treatment, the mass of insects have transformed into human bodies again. All 3 girls awoke, looking at me like newborns. I sense a bond between us, like mother and daughters. I have already decided their names: Bella, Daniela, and Cassandra. So, Lady Dimitrescu wrote that one, huh? Good morning. I'm using my guns now. Shut up. Shut up. Don't do it. Woo! Flower Swords Ball. Oh! I found it. I need to find the Duke. One of these foreshadowing gameplay hints. I mean, they're afraid of the cold, that much I know. What are you doing? Oh. Yeah. You had walked past a reading thing in the room the stairs up. Here? Top of stairs? Oh. Please be aware the mistress's lipstick is missing. If anyone finds it, could they please return it to her bathroom? It is custom made and therefore very expensive. Grand chambermaid. Chambermaid? A grand chambermaid? I definitely need more bullet. I need more bullet. Nice. Opera hall? God damn. Scientific name none. Size 5 to 6 centimeters. Similar body structure to blowflies. Although there are differences in the head. They are carnivorous and vigorously consume meat. In order to catch unsuspecting prey, they will gather using pheromones to mimic a human. They are produced when a cadeau lays eggs in its host, but the flies themselves are unable to reproduce. They are weak to sudden drops in temperature, especially if the temperature drops below 10. Oh, their metabolism lowers and they go into a dormant cryptobiotic state, similar to the cryptobiosis of tardigrade or Polypedilum ventiplanki. What? Achiko the guy in the banana? Alright, what is this? CEGC? So that's like upper C. C, G, G. And then B. B, A, D. C, D, E, E. I'm so good. It's so soft though. Thank you. Well, I played a song, so Lady Dimitrex is probably gonna know where I am, right? Aha. Okay, good. Oh, I'm back here. There's still something in the courtyard. I kind of want to go find the Duke. Hmm. Something in the dining room still? Hello. I kind of want a knife here. Oh my god, I found the tech. Guys, I found the tech. If you keep spamming, you can only do 2 cuts and then and then Ethan goes into recovery, right? I'm spamming here. So if I spam 2 hits, guard 2 hits, guard 2 hits, and guard 2 Oh no! Am I already at the level where I want to animation cancel shit? Good enough. Ooh, dark. Not dark anymore. Something in the dining room still. No. Oh my goodness. That's everything. Go main hall, go straight to merchant's room a little bit. This one. No, I don't take that shit. Poor thing. Oh yeah, apparently being able to cancel this is so strong. No more footsies if I can just keep stun locking that thing. Footsies?
Play with me some more.
Yeah, what you want? Nah, come courtyard lo. See, she pussy. Hiya, she don't want to come to courtyard, huh? Is she just gonna appear here again? Nope. Okay, we good. Oh.
It's a pleasure to see you safe. How were things?
Good.
No sign of Rose.
I'm so sorry it turned out that way. Well, you'll find your way to her once you're out of this castle. Do you have need of anything for the road ahead? I've expanded my services. Please, come take a look.
The Duke is so nice though.
Welcome. What are you buying? Just something an old friend of mine used to say.
Resident Evil 4 merchant? Why you buying? Sniper rifle ammo. Mines, shotgun ammo. I want this.
An interesting selection.
I also kind of want this. I want to see what I can sell. 2 of these, 1 of these. Keep everything here.
Ah. Pay me no mind.
And there we go. Inventory expanded. Thank you, Duke.
Till next we meet.
Ooh, that's such a big bag. Oh my god. Okay. I'll play for a little bit longer. Oh wait, I have ball. I have Lady Dimitrescu ball. This one. Nice. Solve for labyrinth. Oh, I did it! Crimson Skull. Ooh. Crystallized human remains found in the labyrinth in Castle Dimitrescu. Very valuable? Ooh. How much?
Something in particular?
How much do you? Oh, that's a lot. Oh, but it's so shiny though. I cannot sell this, it's so shiny. I could sell this though, this is not even that shiny. Like, this is shiny. This is kind of shiny. Well, it's not really shiny, but I like necklaces. I'm keeping this.
Your coin. I'm skilled at all sorts of weapons modifications, and will do them for a small fee.
Increased rate of fire for shotgun? I don't think that's very important. I can buy some ammo though. Is it 1 for 150?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
For your patronage.
1 bullet for 150 gold? It's fucking daylight robbery right here. Okay, how do we deal with her once we meet her? We need a lockpick here, which we don't have. I have Mask of Sorrow. How would I know which one? Oh wait. Maybe I can know by doing this? Oh! I'm the best. So, how do I get more mask? I did find iron insignia keys, right? So, second floor? Yeah, second floor. Don't know where the bug lady went.
I won't last until dinner.
I'm sure you won't. I'm gonna cheese you again. Sorry, game. Alright, we good. Sorry, game. I'm gonna cheese you again. Okay, we don't need to go to wine room. Wait, how do I get there? Hall of Joy.
Trying to work up my appetite, are you?
Oh shit. Oh shit, go down. Okay, so I guess they'll keep spawning.
Mother said stale, but I think you're delicious.
Wait, no.
Sisters, come get 'em.
What if I reach you outside? Ow!
Yes.
Oh, this will despawn her. So the place that could kill her, she gets despawned. Unfortunate. It's here, I think. Wonder if I can go to that
Play
red
with
door.
me some more.
Okay. Uh-oh. I can block it. Okay, thanks for pushing me the right way.
Sisters, come get 'em.
Okay, I am seeing. Yeah, okay, do I have any other way to go to the second floor? This way? Not here.
Mother! Mother!
What?
Don't move now.
Not much I can do here. Kind of a waste, honestly. Gunpowder, rusted scrap, and chem fluid. Oh, for 3? Oh my god, only 3? That's crazy. Eat the flies so they stop turning to. Oh! Why are you here? Why are you here? Bitch. Wait. You cheating. You cheating. Yo, what is that cake? Oh my god.
So we finally
Yeah, sure, we finally meet. Hello. Ooh. So we have two pursuers. Entrance hall into here. What's this place? We need 4 busts. Shoot her booty. Oh wait. So I came up from here. Oh, here. Okay, okay. Let's go there then. At least I know where to go. Whoa, mama. I'm gonna become Johnny Bravo. She have to crouch and that would be unladylike. True. Isn't that kind of where I need to go?
Play with me some more.
哎呀，骂咕溜，你们够了没有哦？屌嗨，真的是不会停哦。Whoa, mama.
I guess I should hold back. Mother said stale, but I think you're delicious.
Dang outsider.
Like that how? Like that how? I want to see if she can come here. Let's keep a safe distance. Oh yeah, she can. Okay, get looped. Now we don't care about that stupid bitch. Because that bitch is gonna camp the 2nd floor, so we're just gonna go to that place as fast as possible. Play with me some more. Oops. Ooh. Mask of Pleasure. Don't like that. Ooh. Wait, ring? Can I combine that? Combinable. Okay, okay, okay. Game does tell. Oh, we're gonna fight here? Feels like this is a fight in place.
I was worried my sisters had gotten to you first.
How powerful are we talking about?
Ready? Mother said stale, but I think you're delicious.
Oh.
You've ruined the hunt!
Oh, but I think I did good with the hunt.
Curse you!
No, fuck you instead. Why are you so fast? Well, I mean, this works in my favor, I guess.
You're done!
No. How about you were done? You missed.
No!
Yes. Yes. Stop.
Don't make me angry!
Aren't you already angry?
Why?
Okay, okay, I'm gonna craft some ammo. Thank you very much.
Done it now. You will not get away! You're my prey,
Crazy
Bye
witch.
bye. Crazy witch. Ooh, another crystal torso? It's mine now. Yeah, I didn't think about pipe bomb and or landmines. I was like, oh, the shotgun might be able to do it. It's almost as if I'm playing Counter-Strike 2 with wall hacks and shit. Mounted animal skull. What did that do? Almost like she's not actually human, just human shaped. I mean, the book did tell that they are just like bugs. They're like bugs now. Are you like 4? Ah, 4. I found. I saw it. I saw it. Okay, that's what we need. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Well, that's 2 of your daughter's gun, Lady Demeter. Don't kill me, no. Oh, there's still more things here. Wait, close the door. Maybe it's something shiny. Aha. Ooh, I'm getting good at the game. Okay, now we need to go back downstairs. Do the room again. Nothing's here. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? There's nowhere to go. I mean, I could hide under the thing. Is she big? Go out, turn right. Go out, turn right, go! Ooh. Oh, fuck.
Wait long.
You saw me? Alright, let's think about this. Okay, I can bait on an attack here. No, I can open up doors. Hiya. There we go. Why are you so thick? Why are you so thick, lady? Can you not come in here? Oh, you cannot come in here. Oh, I'm sorry, but you can come in here.
Don't waste my time.
No, give me... Lady, you're so thick! Get out of here! Hiya. Alright, thank you. That cake just casually fucking blocking the entire hallway. Holy shit. That was 4, right?
Aha! Aha!
Hello.
You wish to make a purchase? Your coin.
My
I'm
coin.
skilled at all sorts of weapons modifications, and will do them for a small fee.
Nice.
Till next we meet.
Thank you, Duke. As weird as this timing is, I kind of want to stop here for today. I kind of want to. I know, it's kind of a weird timing, but I feel a little bit like nauseous, probably because like the game might look a little bit too good, question mark? I don't know. Right? It's almost like the first time I played Resident Evil 7, I also have this same feeling of just like being nauseous. Hello. Look at me.
So we finally.
Oh no, oh no. Don't come in here, Duke is here. Duke's gonna sit on you. And it's not gonna be pleasant for you. Oh my god, that's fucked up. She didn't even feel anything. She don't care.
You disgusting outsider.
No, no, no. Come here, come here. Come here, come here.
See, there you are.
Yeah. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? The problem with this game is that her boobs aren't that big. I mean, I guess it's a normal amount of booba for Lady Dimitrescu. I think that's alright. Well, that's a good way to end it. We stabbed a booty, the cake. Like, we got the cake. So I wanna stop here for today. I know it's a little bit on the shorter side of things, right? But I had fun with this. This is great. This is not. This is surprisingly not as scary. Not as scary as the 7, but then again, I haven't played the game to its entirety yet, so couldn't say for sure. But at least that's how I feel currently. Amount of booba. I think that's a good amount of booba for Lady Dimitrescu. Although, one small thing that I have with this game currently that I feel is that the gunshots aren't as... The gunshots aren't as satisfying, right? The gunshots aren't actually as satisfying. And it's like... Oh, cloud error. Oh, fuck. There's a mod that replaces the knife with fly swatter, so you can swat the doors. And oh my god, that's crazy. But then again, a fly swatter and then with the sound of a knife doesn't make sense, no? I kind of hope they also have like sound mods. I want to listen to this still. This one. It replaces the sound. Oh my god, it replaces the sound. Crazy. Swat the door just flies. Hi, Metal. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. At least Metal is here still. Also, hi. Hope you're doing good. Oh, there's a YouTube recommendation. Can you beat RE Village with only the default knife? YouTube knows, right? YouTube knows what I played. Alright, who do we raid? Nina's streaming, but there's actually another Kobo that's streaming right now. By the name of Kobo Val. Kobo Val. The ear twitch is so cute though. Right, this is what I'm looking at. I kind of want to raid. Kinda want to raid her. Yeah. Just gonna make sure, right? Let's raid to another kobold. Cute model? I know, it's so adorable. She's cute, being she very adorable. Also cool game. I'm seeing a lot of people playing Voices of the Void. Is that like a Half-Life modded game, question mark? Because the sound effect sure reminds me of Half-Life. Also, let me plug my things real quick. Oh my god, big second. I have a coffee. Coffee helps. Very, very nice. And I also have a Discord channel. Oh wait. I forgot to summon Bernie. Hey Bernie!
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. The Source Engine game, but it's like atmospheric horror. Oh, it's atmospheric horror? Ooh. And the game is loving booba. No, we're rating this someone not too like. We don't know each other that well yet. Maybe too early for the booba thing. I don't want them to think that I'm like a weirdo like booba something. Alright. Maybe if we rate like Zeus we can use that. Like when some loving booba. I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And Dragon Simping Corner. Mm-hmm. Oh. 12. No, don't use that. We don't know Cobalt Val that well yet. It feels like that's gonna give weird vibes. And oh yeah, the raid message. Since Yeah, since we're raiding to Cobalt Val, who I haven't interacted with a lot yet, so I feel like using that raid message might be on the weirdest side of things. So yeah, just gonna loving. Wait, why is my emote not showing? Oh wait, it shows now. Okay. Some loving battle. You know, I can imagine like a kobold giving another kobold a piece. Oh, it's gonna be so fun though. But do a food booba lady. I mean, we do love the booba lady. I mean, Lady Demitres is not really a booba lady. But Lady Demitres is absolutely packing with cake. That amount of cake is gonna give people diabetes, I feel like. Anyway, let me type in the raid to Cobalt file. She has big booba. It's big, it's big. There, I typed in the raid. Also, apparently the cannon height is 9 something 6 something. Wasn't mine 3 something 6 something? Oh my god, I'm the size of her leg. I'm so small. 296. Yeah, I'm 106. Holy shit, 190 cm higher, taller than I am. Close enough. Okay, I'm gonna raid out. I'm probably gonna go lie down for a bit because that game gave me, let me feel a little bit nauseous and stuff. So I'm gonna lie down for a bit. But the game is fun as hell though. I'm gonna play more tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we have a showdown between Lady Dimitrescu, probably. I don't know, probably. I still need to bring a lot of like the mask of whatever. There should be 2 more, right? The puzzle things. So let's see what tomorrow we can do, right? I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, 198. 198 is so tall though. You know, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Cobalt loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Cobalt Vale. Hiya. Feels nice to raid to another Cobalt. And it's also like a raid back since Val raided us before, I remember. Along with Vorpal Scales as well. Along with Frist, so yeah. It's also nice to know more different kobolds out there, so I'm not tall, everyone else short. Now, why would you say that? I mean, I know I'm short, but okay, look, as a kobold, I'm short. As a human, as a me, right? I'm also short. I'm 173 or 72 around there, right? CM. So I'm short. But then again, in my family, I'm the highest one, so at least that's good, you know. At least that's good. That's not bad, right? Then small but cute and petable. As a kobold, I will always love to get pet. Hey, yeah, feels good. Right, take care, everyone. Kobold loves y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Take care.